time on our game. You guys essentially. Oh, by the way, Maria will not be with us tonight. She's got a lot going on. I think you all knew that already. Um, she should be with us for the next game. Um, but so Sora uh, will be played by me as best of my ability. If I'm doing anything wrong, please point it out. And but last time when we were playing, everyone was kind of deciding what to do. We were meeting new people. You met a traveling bard. You guys were bought a bunch of drinks by the town. You've essentially become like the town heroes. Uh, a lot of rumors seem to be picking up in the area since the cave in the middle of the town. So a lot of people are rumors are amping up of things going on in the area. You guys chose to follow one rumor, which was you found a black arrow in a tree, which I believe Kendra and who else? Who else helped pull it out? Rowan, did you inspect it as well?
I inspected it, but I didn't
Okay,
touch it.
okay, all right. So,
It's been passed to Flick, who handled it with gloves.
okay. So, you guys packed away the arrow. You found a little note wrapped around it, a black parchment that had said, "The last laugh," or "You'll be next." The last laugh, Val Klondar. You since learned that that was a person traveling through Red Larch at one point. No one's seen him since, but he kind of was a outcast, town outcast. Everyone could kind of tell there was just something off about him, some kind of darkness, but they weren't entirely sure, and no one knows where he's at. And after Flick visited a smith's place with little success of trying to learn some things from them or purchase tools from him because he didn't want to give up his own. And then Rowan had a moment with Corbett Highblower, the traveling bard, where she learned a little bit more about herself and where she comes from, and that she is an Osimer, which is the first she's ever been able to put a name to it. So I believe where we left off was everyone had recongregated back at the inn, if I remember correctly. And then we'll start off there. So you guys are congregated back at the inn. I believe we're looking at late in the day now.
Well, Flick would have been returning to the end after an hour's time from the blacksmith because that's how long it takes to do certain shenanigans.
Okay.
I
So
guess this
you
makes sense then. Kendra's eating.
Is roll 20? Am I on the wrong roll 20?
possibly you're gonna want to be in the one that says it's got the Princes of Apocalypse, not the Stormcrow Society.
Yep,
All
and
right.
we're just looking at the cover of the book, apparently.
Okay. That's what I was concerned about. 'Cause I was just seeing the cover of the book.
Yep.
And I wasn't sure like whether I was in the right place or not. Okay. Cool.
Yep.
Cool.
You're in the right place here. I'll throw you guys to the town. So you're in Red Larch.
Look, Simples.
All right. So you guys are
Are you
at the inn.
You're telling me you haven't noticed the pattern of the streets yet, right?
Oh,
It depends on which direction you turn the map too, since like north isn't actually north.
Wait, so like this? I
Yeah.
think. Hmm, Do we have
Oh
a
yeah,
cup?
we're all spread out on the map. Like I was like, where are we? Oh wait,
Yeah.
everyone's spread out.
yeah. I'm assuming everyone's. That's right. Liam had gone off to be by himself, and Kendra had
Kendra.
followed at first. They had a really kind of a tense, awkward moment, and then Kendra went off on her own as well.
Not my best night for stealth. Not at all.
So you guys are not at the inn. I think Kendra's the only one at the inn. Everyone's kind of
So I went
spread
through the
out.
streets walking around trying to find a flute, and that didn't work.
I mean, I think we were basically making our way there because you lost audio, so we're like,
That's right.
oh, let's just convene at the inn.
All right. So, Rowan, were you going to head back to the inn?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll assume Sora is going to follow suit. Flick, were you going to do anything else?
Using an hour's worth of time to produce my own smithing tools and assemble a big glowing sign across the street from the smithy that says, Flick's Foundries, Heroic Repairs, inquire at the Swinging Sword Inn.
You're just setting that up in the middle of the road across them?
Across the street, visible to this big intersection, directing people to repairs with inquire at the Swinging Sword Inn.
Okay. And then what?
And then headed back to the inn.
Okay. Liam, are you staying out?
Oh, and I have magically crafted Smith's tools now.
Okay.
No, I think I've convened or thought about what's going on with my dagger and everything a little enough. So I'll go back to the inn as well.
Okay. All right. So you guys are all back at the inn. And it's well into the evening at this point. It's not as rowdy as it has been, but it's still pretty full. I think people mostly are kind of waiting for you guys to continually show up, hoping for new stories and things like that. So when they see you enter the room, the energy kind of perks up a bit, and there's a brief hush as everyone kind of realizes you're here, and they all kind of whisper to each other, and then normal conversation occurs again.
Seems we've garnered quite the reputation.
Sure if I like it.
Well, it's better that reputation than an infamous one, I suppose. It's better for business this way.
Business.
Well, yes, I'm here acting on the interests of the Alchemy Guild, after all.
Oh.
Where did you run off to, Liam? You seemed in a hurry.
It was a beautiful day. Only take in the clouds.
I just give him a glare.
No, he's telling the truth.
I say, I'm not lying.
Oh.
There's one thing that we've learned. Is that Liam does not like lying.
It's not like a look of you're lying to me. It's more that I have come to know that there's a lot more going on in his mind than he has shared.
I think that could be said for many of us here.
You say you're not wrong, and we're gonna leave it at that.
So, Sora speaks up. Are we going to... It's kind of late to be eating. Are we going to bed, or did we want to discuss next steps?
I suppose we should at least figure out what we should be doing next. The arrow in the woods seems to have been a bit of a bust. What was my... You do not need alcohol.
So, Sora will head towards the table then. And there's quite a big one open actually for you that it looks like Kaylessa's already kind of kept open for you. There's a chair for each of you. And as you all take seat.
Oh, don't worry, Kaylessa. We won't be needing the map this time.
Well, that's good to know. It's bloody hell trying to get it hung up again.
While you're here, have you serviced someone named Valklandar who passed through town?
Klandar, yeah, no. No, I remember him. That was a odd fellow. Odd fellow indeed. Kept spouting nonsense about dark omens and stuff. I mean, there's stuff going on, but you guys mostly took care of it with the necromancer, I believe. At least I think so. Although people have been saying there's some stuff still going on around. A lot of talk going on around here, but yeah, Val Clondar, he was a dark fellow. Didn't harm anyone, but just wasn't right.
Do you know if there was anyone out to harm him?
Not that I can think of. I mean, everyone kind of avoided him to a degree. And not in a sense that he was shunned, but they kind of took a wide berth to him. He was just off. Not right. You can just tell that, sense that about a person, you know?
It seemed that he just passed through town, or do you believe possibly something happened to him?
Honestly, I got the sense he was going to be hanging around for a while. No one's really said anything, but I guess I assumed he had left town, but I really don't know.
You remember seeing him engage in conversation with anyone in particular frequently?
Oh, I mean, he was over at the tavern for quite a while. Spent some time out over there and spouting off all his stuff over there. He tried to do it here for a bit, but Ian's a little bit more of a, social kind of talk, not spouting off nonsense and stuff. I mean, he would proclaim it pretty loudly. So I asked him kindly to leave, and he did. But he took it over to the tavern instead. Helmet high, son.
Appreciate the info you've given.
Of course. Of course. Anything else I can do for you?
I feel we're at a bit of an impasse as to where we should look next for what's going on. With the issues in the caverns below, for the most part, resolved, has there been any other news coming that we may have missed when we were out and about?
No, no, I can't really think of anything. I mean, a lot of stuff is really very crazy stuff has happened. I mean, the middle of the town sunk into the cavern below. We didn't even know was there. Plus, I mean, apparently the constable Harbuck, he's been investigating several of the elder townspeople, the ones that have been around here for quite a bit. Honestly, there's probably going to be some trauma through the town here in the next few weeks. The way I understand it, several prominent members of the of Red Larch are under investigation, and one of them I know has already been taken in. Constable threw him in his jail, but I don't know what we'll do. The elders, I mean, they've always led the town. I don't know what it is they did. No one's really said anything. The constables are keeping it pretty tight-lipped, but from what I hear, all the elders are under investigation.
Well, a town like this has strong roots. I'm sure whatever it may have been, the people here will pull through.
Oh, of course. Our hearts are as strong as the red larches that used to be in the area. We stand tall and strong at all times. We'll get through this. Anything else? Do you all need anything? Any food, drinks?
You mentioned more rumors were happening around, more things people were saying.
Aye. Aye. Quite a bit. Honestly, you're probably not going to find as much here. A lot of it sounds like a lot of poppycock, but Some of the louder folk are the ones over at the helm. The ones here, they're mostly just waiting to hear what you have to say, if you can't tell by the stairs. Though I would love to have you stay here and keep me business going. If you're looking for rumors and such, you might want to head over to the helm.
Oh dear.
I feel
Well,
your pain.
probably doesn't take all of us going if you'd rather abscond from that, Kendra.
Oh, 100% am not okay with that. Uh, the last time I was there, made a bit of a show and a bit of a panic, and that's all we're going to talk about it.
At the very least, I'm sure me and Liam could pick something up if we're looking for rumors.
Of course, of course.
I just get up and I start walking over to the helm.
Well, it seems we've got one man of action among us.
Sora looks at Rowan. Normally you follow. Am I following you or are we following him?
Sometimes his split-second decisions still surprise me. I
Same.
guess we should follow.
Hmm.
So I go
Don't
after him.
party.
All right. So is the entire party going?
Probably not Kendra, the way she's laughing,
Okay.
and her mic is muted.
By the way, just be in real life. Did we ever address those bandits? I don't feel like we did.
What?
Did we ever address the bandits around town?
The one with the bear?
The ones with the bear, yeah.
Wasn't there another set of bandits that were attacking the town?
We
Kind
thought
of related to this black arrow that we're investigating,
Okay,
from
I'm
what I
confused.
remember.
Let's just go to the helm. Away!
All right. So
lagging behind before going to the helm. Flick will just kind of, you know, leave the inn, but not cross the helm to the yet. It's time to take a look at that letter real quick. See what
ah,
messages have been sent.
I think I'm gonna tell Sora to stay with Kendra. To keep her company.
not a problem. Make sure you and Liam do not get into trouble. Without us, at least.
I will do my best.
I'm sure you'll hear. You'll be able to hear. You're close enough. You'll hear any trouble.
All right. So Rowan follows Liam into the helm at High Sun. Kendra, did you say you're staying behind?
Well, if everyone's already going, then might as well be a part of the action and be maybe a peacekeeper for what's going to happen.
This is how kids smoke
You're the
marijuana.
one that causes the trouble.
Okay. All right. So, you three head in. Liam, Rowan, and Kendra head into the Helmet High Sun. Um, it's same as always. Quite the rowdy bunch going on. Noises everywhere. Glasses clinking. Raucous laughter. There's smell of just greasy foods, breads and stuff in the air. A lot of hoppy smell, and the floors are kind of a little sticky. You can tell that someone tries to clean it quite often, but there's only so much a in keeper can do when there's that many people constantly there. Um, and they don't seem to pay as much attention to you as you come in. For a brief moment, as you kind of pass by, they're kind of like, "Oh, here they are," but it's not as much of a. They quiet down and kind of wait to see if you're going to do anything. So you guys head to a table. You do hear music coming from up top. Rowan, and you're familiar that it's probably Corbett playing up there. And we will cut back to Flick here. Flick, I am going to send you
A
this.
book.
And that is the letter you received.
Let me download this and open it in an appropriate reader.
And you can read it out loud if you would like. Or if you want me to, it's totally fine.
That is a small file.
So the rest of you are in the inn. What are you doing?
I don't know. This is not Kendra's comfortable place to be.
What's like the make of who's there right now?
A lot of townsfolk, a lot of people that are passing through town. This place is full. Like there's a ton of people in here. The air is very compact because of the amount of people. It, there's just a lot of chatter going on. You can tell there's just a lot of excitement, a lot of scandal rumors and things. People have a lot to talk about right now. So they're all gathering in places, and especially people from out of town hearing all these things going on. They want to catch up and be able to take it with them wherever they're going. So the
Then I
energy level in the area is pretty high.
then I suppose just try to discreetly sit somewhere and listen to what's going on around.
Okay.
Whilst keeping an eye on Liam because I don't think anything good is going to come from him being near alcohol.
All right. So you find we'll say you find a quiet corner in the very, very far back, first floor in the back, and you take a seat. Rowan, are you following? Liam, following?
Like, is there any like group of people at the bar downstairs that seem to be engaging in any sort of conversation of rumors?
Everyone is, yeah,
Okay.
everyone's
Um,
doing some form of conversation.
so I'm gonna slide up to the bar and like stand at the bar where it's kind of like I have my back to a group that I saw, but I'm acting like I'm trying to get a drink and I'm listening over my shoulder to what they're saying.
Okay.
How many people are in the bar?
Oh, man, why are you gonna make me count? Um,
Okay, let me rephrase it this way. How much would it cost to buy everyone around?
Yes.
um, let's see.
I'm sorry.
No, no, no,
No,
you're
no, no,
good.
you're good. I can
So
never do math either way.
I know I'm trying to look at my conversions here. So you would probably be looking at everyone in this bar. I would say maybe just for a mug,
Yeah.
we'll say 8 gold pieces.
Oh, fantastic. Liam's gonna get on top of the bar, stand on top of the bar, and shout out. Uh, First, he's gonna take a random mug that's on the bar, raise it up, and say, "To the heroes of Red Larch, around for everyone." I'm gonna throw 10 gold pieces at the barmaid, and say, "Keep the
The
change."
place just erupts. Like it is just ah! Everyone raising their mugs up, and Garland, which is the the keeper, he owns the helm at High Sum. You see him just kind of throw his rag down for a minute, like, "Oh, you gotta be kidding me." And he waves one of his helpers over to try and help keep track of stuff. He pulls the gold in. He's like, "All right, all right, all right." Form, tries to start keeping order so he can keep track of who's getting a drink and everything. Um, but yeah, people instantly start coming up, lining up. You're getting pats and slaps on the back, and
You know what? For all the trouble that I'm causing the bartender, I'm gonna throw an extra 5 gold pieces in.
Are you made of money?
So you get 7 right now.
all right. So as he's like mid taking an order, you throw down 5 more, and he just looks at you and gives you a wink, slides it down, and all right, next, come on.
And now I'm just gonna go to a table on my own and sit down and drink. Drink a single mug.
All right. So
Basically was standing at the bar, and I would just go, ugh. Because it's like, as soon as he said he was buying for everyone, all conversations stopped to just yell.
Now my question is this: after I buy everyone around, does anyone come up to me as I'm sitting at this table by myself?
yes.
Everyone.
Oh. Oh no. Is it a bard, perhaps?
Yes. The first person, like you could see several people making their way, and as someone is about to sit down, a lithe form just slides into the chair and looks at them for a moment. Hello, darling.
Hello. Good of you to find me.
I could find you anywhere.
Well, good to be found.
Were you looking for me?
I was looking for anyone who might have stories in the area.
Stories? Well, there are a lot of stories going around this town tonight. What kind are you looking for?
What's the one that's being spoken the most?
Probably us.
Several rumors. I mean, obviously, yes, you're quite the talk of the town.
I mean, clearly. But let's leave us out of the equation.
Well, let's see. Everyone's kind of up in a roar as of late concerning the Mirabar delegation. If you haven't heard that, apparently they went missing. Coming down from Beliard, they went missing. They were headed to Waterdeep. Um, other than that, someone mentioned some shallow graves out in the way. I don't know who said that. It was some shepherd or something. I really don't remember. Very forgetful man, but let's see. I believe it was the shop owner. What's his name? Valivo? Valivo. I loved that name. He had some interesting books he was talking to me about, journeying on for hours. Some dwarvish script or something. Ancient dwarvish, I think. Other than that, I mean, I'd be happy to point some of these folks out for you.
Please.
Well, and he leans forward a little bit, kind of closer to you, and says, "Over there, in the back far corner, near the front, you're going to find Valivo. He's about 4 drinks in, so he's not really. The glasses aren't helping at all, but he's the one with the books. Let's see.
He's a shopkeeper, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Valivo's Sundries, I believe. Um, I believe there was a merchant somewhere around here. Oh, yes, over there. And he points out a medium-sized gentleman, very almost like darkish reddish skin, black hair. Uh, that man is an Amnian merchant. I believe he was heading north on the long road. Uh, let's see, he mentioned something about some goods he found. Oh, no, that's what it was. He stopped in Thalorn's wagon works. His wagon was being worked on. He mentioned to him that he had some goods that were marked by a strange symbol, like a bowl of some sort. I don't know. But essentially, he talked about a great, huge gathering of druids or something that he was heading towards. Some kind of festival or something. I don't know. But he was wanting to sell kegs of beer, various trinkets. And let's see.
I do like myself a druid party.
Well, who doesn't, darling? All that shape shifting. You never know when it's going to happen.
Some might say that they're real party animals.
Would you know? Or just saying?
Let's just say I've been around. Which leads me to my next request of you.
Go on.
When you tell these stories of what we've done, leave me out of them.
He sits back a bit and a new look of contemplation at you. Done.
Okay?
Entirely? Am I allowed to speak of the dashing rogue?
Entirely. I prefer not to have my movements known.
For now. I will regard your request for now.
Thank you.
I suppose that means we're going to have a long, lifelong relationship.
Depends on how long life is.
Very true.
Oh no. You'll excuse me. I have a few people that I think owe me for the drinks.
No need. You don't need excuses to leave the table. I'll make it easy for you. Until next time, dear. And he stands up and he walks off back up towards the top. And as he sees you, Rowan, he looks at you and walks upstairs. All right.
I have a little smirk on my face because I just was watching the interaction between Liam and him.
All right. Flick, let's head back to you, bud.
Okay, at this point, Flick has read the contents of the letter and is entering the tavern, fingering something new affixed to her lapel and tucking the letter back into her pocket, trying to see what everybody's screaming about at this point.
So when you come in, you and Sora, you see Rowan is the first one you're able to spot at the bar. Um, it takes you a little bit to actually find Kendra in a back corner. Liam is off on the side at his own table. And he has had several people stop off at his table at this point.
I'd imagine Kendra on her own at a table would still draw quite a bit of attention, even with Liam.
What does that mean?
Rumors of your fiery love sure get around, I'm sure.
So
The
you
only one
guys are
that gets burned is the sinner.
Look, just
heading to Kendra.
consciously brushes the scorch marks on her fur from her work.
Do I overhear anything at the bar?
Yes. Let's see here. Roll a perception check.
You?
14.
Okay. So, yes, you actually, oh, you hear a man speaking down near the end of the bar, and it's a little bit quieter over there, other than his voice, because the people around him are kind of listening to what he's saying. Um, and as you kind of slowly saunter over there, um, even though the smell of the place is very strong, you can kind of smell a very farm smell, animal kind of a scent. And you hear an older voice speaking. Um, well, I tell you, I went out there. It was early in the morning. The sheep, we were going over the hills, and sure enough, there was 4 of them there. Real shallow, just some simple rocks over it. But I knew something was wrong. The vultures, they were circling them, you see. I took the sheep around them. There was no way I was heading towards that, but someone's buried there. Don't know who, but I don't think we have anyone missing from town. Mark my words, there's bad things happening in this town. And then some basic hubbub kind of picks up around it.
Do I overhear anyone ask him specifically where he found them?
No. They don't really ask, mostly because they don't want to go near there. They just like hearing the story, the ones surrounding him right now, the ones listening to him.
Okay.
Oh, you're muted, Flick.
Flick will just move to find a seat nearby to Liam to kind of catch base on what's going on now that the bard has stopped flirting.
All right, so you and Sora head over and sit with the table with Liam. Have you found anything out?
Do you know what is the Mirror Bar delegation?
Yes, I have a bit of information on that myself. Flick
Sora
pauses.
looks over at you. You too?
Yes, there was a missive sent for me from my guild with a few notes and a bit of information. And Flick reaches into her jacket, but pulls out the Mirabar trade bars that they had found previously and sets them on the table for the moment. Do you remember these?
Didn't you pull those off of the priest under the ground?
Yes, these are Mirabar trade notes. It seems that there was a delegation from Mirabar headed south, making their way towards Waterdeep, but they appear to have vanished somewhere. I believe. What was it? I just wrote that name down. They disappeared somewhere on Beliard, and it sounds like this may be a next lead on where these bandits or these cultists may be operating, especially if these bars, I'm fairly certain, must have come from this delegation.
And I think we should investigate. But before that, there are a few things that I have learned about Red Larch. For one thing, apparently there is a shopkeeper, Valley Vow, who may be a bit drunk right now, but he's heard rumors of something with ancient Dwarvish. Flick, as a merchant yourself, wondering if you'd go talk to him.
I wouldn't mind speaking with them, and I'm I have a bit of a hand at dwarvish myself. That might be useful in that regard as well.
Excellent, excellent. The other thing I found is apparently something's still going on at the wagon works. I suspect that we haven't found all the secrets we could there. And besides, it wouldn't hurt for us to have a wagon, even if I have to steal it.
You do have a wagon.
We don't have any horses for the wagon.
Is it the nicest wagon we could have?
No, it's pretty rickety.
My statement stands.
Well, it sounds like we have some good leads.
I think we should follow up what we can here, but this. If we can find more information on this delegation and what happened to them, we may find a lead as to who may be causing more of these problems.
I should also mention there's something going on with shallow graves. A little distracted by the rioting in the pub. My own fault, but there's something going on with shallow graves here. A merchant of some sort may know it. I think it might be Valley Vow. Unsure.
Where did you hear this?
Not from a source I would like to usually interact with. That bard we all hate.
Oh, he wasn't that bad.
But information is information, and I'll take it.
I don't think we can trust that bard.
As they're discussing, I walk over to the table and sit down.
So apparently, Liam has some information from the bard. Did you find anything out?
I did overhear an elderly gentleman talking about some shallow graves, I guess in the hills where he was taking his sheep. I don't really have much more than that, but they seem to be very scared to go near whatever has happened there.
Where's Kendra? And Soren starts looking around.
During this time, do I hear anything? Anything important?
Roll perception.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. 18.
Okay. You do. You hear kind of along the same lines. You hear some of the things about the Mirror Bar delegation that has gone missing. That it actually was a group of several different factions that had gathered and were going in junction with each other um, down to Belliard and then taking the road. They were headed south to head towards Waterdeep, and that no one had seen them. But apparently, there were several well known factions that were a part of that delegation, and that's why it's kind of such a big deal. Um, you also hear about the merchant, the Amnian merchant that had spoken about he had stopped his wagon off at the Lorne's wagon workshop, and the goods he had brought up had a strange symbol on them that you also heard was a bit like a bowl, um, and how he was also headed towards the group of druids gathering. And that's about it.
Seeing the rest of the party at another table, going to just Get up. Walk over towards the more noisy room.
Okay, so the rest of you see Kendra come over and takes a seat.
Well, I have nearly nothing. Just some things happening with merchants that mayhaps Flick would know about. And that's it. Nothing that I can understand.
We can take another look at the wagon works and poke around a little bit more. Or a little bit less for some of us.
Just to specify, there are 2 wagon works in town. There is,
Crappy ones and the expensive ones.
yes, Thalorn's is the expensive ones, the well-known ones, and Whaleverse is the crappy ones. And it is pretty late at this point. Did you guys want to do anything else tonight, or?
We should probably discuss our next move. We've got a few new leads to probably take a look into.
What leads that you found?
There's more and more of this delegation out of Miramar. Seems they went missing somewhere along the road, and that's where these notes we found in the possession of the man we met downstairs. So it seems whatever this group was that he was connected with, he's involved with the disappearance of a delegation that I have been not quite so directly tasked with taking a look into. At the very least, it may be a good lead as to some of these groups causing many of these strange happenings around the area, although it would take us a little bit further afield than just Red Larch. We'd have to make our way up towards Belliard.
Where's that?
Where is Belliard?
Sora pulls out their journal and flips to the map that they drew out on 2 full pages, copied from the one on Kalessa's wall. And let me pull that up actually so you can kind of see it. Okay, so we are looking at sorry, I gotta remember how to pull. There we go. Okay. So you guys should see that map coming up here. All right.
North is up. I'm
You guys
happy.
are here in Red Larch. And you see that Belliard is right in this area.
Some mountains. Or rocky areas.
Yes. We would either have to pass through the rocky area, or we could take the Khan Road down, up and around. It looks like there's several different ways.
Is there something that we could do on the way? What other leads do we have for any problems?
Do we know which direction those graves were in?
Graves?
Yes, a rumor of shallow graves dug along the road that apparently do not belong to anyone out of Red Larch.
We don't really have a location of those yet. I
Where
didn't
did you...
gather that information from the conversation I overheard.
What conversation was it that you had heard it from?
There's an older gentleman by the bar he definitely must own a farm around here, because he talked about taking his sheep out to graze, and I could catch the whiff of farm smell coming from his direction.
You wouldn't mind. I'd like to visit those graves, and I will go ask him myself, if that is needed, on which direction they are.
He was willing to talk to the other people around him about it, so he may be able to give you the direction of where they are.
All right. Please point him out.
So I point at the end of the bar
Hmm.
discreetly, not like it's that dude right there, real loud, but just like discreetly pointing to him. And
Yeah. So Rowan points off to the end of the bar, and several of the people have changed out since you were over there. Um, but the older gentleman, the short older gentleman, is still over there. And he's apparently gathered a new group around him that are listening and kind of, hearing him tell his tale again.
I'd like to get up and go over and listen to his tale.
Okay. So you walk over there, and uh, for the sake of time, you hear the exact same story about, had been out there, he had seen um, the vultures swirling, and as he walked out there, he realized he saw in the distance on that hillside some four stackings of rocks, which were clearly shallow, like graves. Um, and but he's quite familiar with this area, so it's fairly new. He hadn't been over here in about a month or two, because the way you carry sheeps around, you hear him talk about this too. Keeping sheeps and how you have to move them from place to place, and he hadn't been to this area in a little bit, but those were not
Excuse
there
me.
when he was last there.
You mentioned the graves. Where exactly are they?
Well, they're off to the east, a little east. You had basically, if you head down the Carn Road, which will be southeast, you cut off right where the two fences meet. And I don't mean the wood ones, the stone fences. And you can't miss it. You head down that way a little north, and you'll see it there on the hillside.
And you said you hadn't been around that area for how long?
Mm. You see him kind of thinking about it, trying to remember. Maybe a month, I believe so, because we were up in the west pasture for quite a while. They'd had
Do you
good
think it
field.
do you think it'd be alright to look at the graves and see if there's any form of ceremony I can do for them for any of the lost souls? Would it be alright for me to approach them?
Oh, darling, I think that would be a very honorable thing for you to do. I, if that's what you plan on doing out there, I'll lead you out there myself. But I, I got to warn you, someone put them bodies there. Whatever they are, you might want to be careful. I wouldn't be just going by yourself.
Of course not. I plan to bring my friends with me. We needed to go that direction anyway, and it just so happens that we heard your story. We thought it best to hear it out completely and see if we could maybe give their souls some peace while we are on our journeys.
And you see uh, the old man take his cap off, and all the ones around him suddenly, take their cap off as well and just kind of lower their head. Yes. Poor souls, poor souls. And then, like a moment later, they pop them back off, start drinking. I'll take you out there tomorrow, early in the morning, all right?
All right.
I'll meet you
Thank
at
you.
the exit to Red Larch towards the Cairn Road.
Thank you, sir. And go back to the table. Relay. Okay, I found the graves. They are eastward, and we have a guide to where they are.
Sora
Well,
plops their book down again, and says, "Point it out."
I point out along the road that he mentioned and
Mm-hmm.
specified there is going to be some gates, not the wooden gates as he said. There's stone gates. Once we go there, uh, a little north, and we'll find the hill that they're buried on.
And Sora marks the area and kind of uh, the road along the way that you would be taken.
well, if we head that way and keep on east, we should come to the river, which would, if we were to follow that north, it would eventually get us close to. This the name of this town does not stick in my head. Belial.
Belliard. Belliard.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like we have a plan. Is this what we're going to be doing tomorrow then?
Yes, he said that he will guide us there early in the morning at the exit of Red Larch.
You seem to be very tense about this, Kendra. Do you know who's in these graves?
I might. I hope I don't. Graves are fresh. Someone I knew passed through here about a month ago, and the man said he hadn't been near that side in about a month. So things are lining up a little too well.
Who is it you're looking for?
I'm I'm looking for my sister,
Older or younger?
my younger sister. Just want
Is
to
that
make sure
her?
that she's okay.
Is that her cloak then? The one that we'd found?
Yes.
Well, just because we found something she owned doesn't mean she shared its fate. We'll keep to the road, and I'm sure we'll find her sooner or later.
Perhaps so.
All right.
At any rate, it seems a good time to get some rest if we're to be up early. I'll connect with Kilasa and see if we can procure some supplies for the road.
All right then. We'll see you all bright and early. She forces a smile as she leaves to go to her room.
Her room at the tavern, because we haven't gone back to the
No,
inn.
no, she's going to leave to the inn and then go into her room in the inn. I skipped some steps.
All right. So Kendra heads back to her room. Are the rest of you guys doing anything? Or are you headed back to your prospective sleeping places?
Heading back, but we'll see if I can flag. Flick will see if she can flag down Kalasa when they get back to the inn.
Okay. So uh, you get back to the inn, the group of you, and uh, You do see Kaylessa in there, and she's still bustling about. Um, you catch her coming in and out of the back area, cleaning things, going in and out of rooms, up and down the stairs.
Yes, Kalesa dear, we're setting out rather early in the morning. We have a few new leads to follow, see what we can take care of. You wouldn't happen to, if you would be so kind as to put together some traveling rations for us in the morning, we'd pay you as soon as we're ready to depart.
Oh, of course, of course. How long will you be gone?
We're not certain quite how far we're going to go. It depends on what we find. So, if you could prepare us for maybe 2 days just to be safe.
I'll have it done. What time do you plan to leave in the morning?
Um, I'm sorry. Do you remember when our guide was getting here, Sora?
Forgot I was playing Sora. I believe Kendra said early in the morning, like at the start of the morning.
Well, quite early, it seems.
Well, that'll work. I can have it ready for you. That's not a problem. Whoever's up at that time, I won't be up at that time, but I'll have them make sure they've got something ready and waiting for you.
Sounds good, and perhaps a small cask of ale for the road as well.
Of course, of course. You're gonna need something to warm those guts.
Warm the guts and keep the dust down.
Mm. All right. Will you lot keep a good night? Keep a good eye. And she walks off.
Liam's gonna stay down here while everyone goes to sleep.
Hmm.
And once everyone's gone, he's going to set up sort of his own sort of makeshift camp outside with his bedroll.
Okay. Um, Liam, as you head outside and start putting your bedroll down, uh, you hear a slight rustling.
I immediately reach my dagger.
Okay. You hear it off to kind of the side and above you.
Investigation check.
Go for it.
First roll 19 plus investigation 3, so that's a 22 total.
You see a shock of blonde hair and two blue eyes kind of flickering in the firelight from the inn, coming through the windows. And there's no movement for a few minutes as they just kind of stare and watch you.
Not polite to stare. I know you're there.
You hear a sigh, and then you could see some movement in the tree, and suddenly a small little form swings down, holding onto the biggest branch, and then drops. And Pell, the little girl, walks up into your little area. I wasn't spying, you know. I just wasn't sure what you were doing. Everyone said you guys were staying at the inn, but every night it seems like you come out here.
I'm very used to being outdoors. It's better if I'm not around people when I try to sleep.
You see the little girl kind of smile contemplatively and nod. I think I get you.
How long have you been noticing?
I mean, I like to go in the places that are hidden in town so people don't always see me. Sometimes it's best if you're not seen. The adults don't tend to like, the kids hanging around anyways. They just want us to take care of ourselves for the most part. But
I bet you see a lot more than the adults give you credit for, though.
You see a lot of stuff up there.
I know, trust me. Where do you think I got my start?
The things I've seen people do in their windows. I mean, I suppose I'm supposed to feel guilty about that. It was weird. Weird stuff. I didn't even know adults were supposed to be doing that. But
What were they doing?
and you see her kind of like fall into her, like curl into herself a little bit.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
You don't have to repeat it, little girl. Actually, I'd rather not call you little girl. What's your name?
It's Pell.
Belle. Okay.
What's your name?
My name's Liam.
And she holds a hand out. Good to meet you, Liam.
Put my hand out. I shake her hand.
Were you going to stab me earlier?
It was a distinct possibility. If you're gonna sneak, you need to be more careful. You never know what's going to happen.
Most people don't see me. What was it that gave me away?
Well, you need to be more still. You need to be careful where you step, what you move. If you're going to move, try to move with the wind. That way the shaking of the branches are covered by the wind.
She's just taking it in, and then you see her stick her finger in her mouth, and what if there's no wind in the night?
Then keep to the shadows. Don't climb any trees. Go to places where it's dark and it's harder for you to be seen. If you can, stay upwind. No, stay downwind of people. That way they can't smell you. Upwind, downwind. Don't correct me. Or correct me or something. I really don't know.
No, that sounds about right. She is just enraptured with everything you're saying, and you can just see mentally she's taking everything in.
Where are your parents?
My parents died a long time ago, but I live with my grandma. She owns a poultry shop in the town.
Do you help your grandmother?
Of course.
Good girl.
Lots of chickens.
Do you want to take over the shop?
You see a shadow of guilt come over her.
It's
No,
okay if you don't.
I mean, it's everything. Grandpa, my parents, they've all they built that place, and it's the only one in town. Everyone really depends on them. I know Grandma, she doesn't want to push me into it, but I want to be an adventurer. I want to travel.
I think with a little bit of practice, you'd be a fantastic adventurer. I'm going to ask you for a small favor. Don't tell anyone you've seen me coming out here. And in return, when you're ready to become an adventurer, and I pull out Razor, use this when you go out, and I hand her Razor.
Her eyes get huge, and she's just doesn't even know what to do with herself. She kind of holds her hands out, uncertain if you're actually giving her something.
Wait, two things. One, don't let your grandmother know about it. Two, don't poke your eye out. I'm serious about the eye.
I won't hit my eyes. I'm very careful.
Okay. Do you want to see a trick?
Yeah.
So I take back Razor for a second, and I just whisper. I whisper to her, Razor, and the blade lights up.
She just draws in this breath. Do it again.
Razor.
And she takes it by the handle. Restore. And it lights up again. I can do it too.
Practice with it. Practice not being seen by people. And keep finding out keep paying attention to what people say. Oftentimes, when people think you're not listening, it's when they say the most. Also, don't be afraid to spend a little coin.
I haven't got any coin.
You will. So, and then I hand her 5 gold coins. Again, don't tell your grandmother.
She looks completely overwhelmed. And without words, she holds both into her lap without looking at you for a moment. And when she looks up, you could just see there's kind of tears building.
And I tell her the only caveat for that coin, that gold, use it for when you start adventuring and buy your equipment.
I won't spend it on a thing. Not until I leave. I promise. And I'll
No,
only
no.
use this for good.
Now. It wouldn't hurt to buy yourself a lolly.
That's right. I can spend it on things. But I'll wait until I adventure myself.
Oh, well, Pelly, been a pleasure.
Thank you. I don't know what to say. No one does this. Normally, I'm the one taking care of the other kids in the town, so I hope it's okay. I don't think I can keep this for myself. And she opens the hand with the gold in it. It's okay if you want to take it back, but I really kind of want to maybe invest it in helping Braylon out and Grund. He's not a bad orc. He's really not. He's just he needs some help being guided. Maybe if we could get him an actual tent to stay in instead of just sleeping out in the open, maybe people wouldn't take as much advantage of him.
I think you have a very good heart. How about this? Take the gold, use it to help your friends and take care of them. And in return, and I pull out one of the 4 jet gems that I've had apparently for weeks now, but have never turned in. I give it to her, one of them, and I say, use this for when you start adventuring. Since they're 200 gold apiece. I don't tell her that. I don't tell her that. I tell her to exchange it when she's ready to go adventuring. Let that be a surprise when she's older.
This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. I can't take this.
Don't worry, I have 3 more.
Oh, you must really get around. And you could just see her imagination going crazy.
You'd be surprised what you see. I once saw a pair of pants eat a man.
What?
Yeah? Well, I
That's
once saw a
insane.
man turn into stone because he didn't bathe. So always be sure to bathe.
And she pulls her hair back and shows her ears. I always be behind my ears. Grandma always says you have to do behind your ears. But I do.
Good.
I bathe. I bathe.
Good. I once saw a giant serpent eat a little girl because she wasn't eating her vegetables. Just so you know, serpents hate vegetables.
All types of vegetables? Or just like, and you see her pause a moment. Oh, oh, okay. I'm on to you now. I got you.
I don't know. Maybe you should roll deception.
I'm not gonna lie to a little kid.
What are you doing right now?
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Liam. Or Mr. Liam. Sorry.
Just Liam. Just Liam.
I'll take the best care of it. And thank you for everything you and yours have done for Red Larch. And she scurries off.
And Razor's out of my equipment now.
Oh, big heart. All right. So you guys
I
head
know,
down.
not that I didn't appreciate Razor, but it felt better to do that narratively. I didn't appreciate it though.
All right. So you guys head to bed.
When the town burns down, we know it was a cursed item.
After 50, we find out we actually needed it.
Well, not. And just as like a caveat, when the sun rises, Liam wakes up and he shows up in the tavern without anyone, so that no one really knows that he wasn't there.
Okay.
Before I fall asleep myself, when I go up to my room, I kind of like lay in bed and realize that I can't quite just instantly go to sleep because all the information from Corbett is just going through my mind. But I do eventually fall asleep.
Flick was up working late the past 2 nights. She's out cold.
All right. Kendra, did you go to bed as well?
Yes, she went to bed right. Well, she went to bed right when she went into her room.
Okay. All right. So, okay.
I don't think we did anything since the last time we long rested, but I'm gonna hit the button.
Yeah, you guys get a long rest.
Yeah.
In the morning, um, bright, actually before even the sun's rising up, um, you guys slowly awaken. You hear a light knock on your door, and it's one of the inn workers, just kind of giving you a brief wake up, and they drop off a little baggie for each of you of food. Liam, yours is dropped off at your table as they realize you're already down there. And you guys come downstairs and all congregate in the area. And are you guys headed out then?
Looks like we've got our day plan set. Are we going to be using that cart, or I suppose we still don't actually have a horse?
We have Liam.
Oh, the two of you together showed you can run quite the foot race. I'm sure you'd make a good horse team.
No.
At the very least, we should probably collect the tents from them to make use if we do end up being out there overnight.
Yay, a camping trip.
It's not the first time we've slept under the stars, or similar.
You slept. I stayed wondering if you were going to blow up.
It's not like I can make any chemicals while I'm asleep.
You try.
That's a different matter entirely. It's hard to get ahead in the guild. You have to do everything you can.
I suppose, but seeing you asleep with your hands moving like you're mixing things is doesn't breed confidence.
Now, nothing I've brewed has done anything I did not intend it to do.
I'll remember that.
Quite frankly, Kendra, dear, you've blown up far more on this trip than I have.
I would say blown up. I would say
Incinerated?
controlled destruction.
I would say blown up.
Well, that's just your opinion.
Which happens to be right.
Anyway, off we go. Come on.
Yes, we're
That nice
waiting.
herder is waiting for us.
So as you guys you finish up your breakfast and you start to head outside. Um, it's light out at this point. It's early still, so it's still kind of a dim light, but it's definitely the day has started. Um, and you hear birds chirping, morning birds. You hear some sheep baying far off in the distance, um, and there's
Since we're going east,
yeah.
this works out quite well as we're walking. I do my prayer while we're walking.
Okay. Um, as you guys head out of the inn, there's some people already moving and stuff. Mostly the labor force in the area. They're already up and headed towards their prospective work and such. Um, and as you guys are leaving the inn, you all of a sudden hear
Flag down the inn workers to collect the requested supplies.
You hear a scream, a woman's scream, cut across the road, and it's coming a little bit from the north area. And as you all immediately turn and look, you see a woman being chased by 5 zombies. Um,
Roll for initiative.
yep, everyone roll for initiative.
Oh dear.
Liam doesn't even get a sneak attack.
He doesn't
Nope.
need to be stealthy anymore.
This took you all by surprise.
I got an 8.
I got a 5.
Okay.
11.
Ooh, hold on.
I got a 2.
With bonuses?
Oh, right. The bonuses are a thing. Initiative. That would be a 7.
So just behind me.
You have 5 initiative?
Yep.
Holy crap.
He's Swashbuckler Road. He gets to add his charisma and his dexterity mods.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Been a while since we combat. We're gonna be rusty.
Oh, you will. I've been running D&D every week.
All right.
Speaking of blowing things up, it's about time.
Would it be possible to do a quick break before we get into combat?
Yeah, let's do it. We'll
All
take a 5-minute break. That'll give me a chance to get this set up and ready.
Perfect.
I'm realizing the languages I gave to Flick are pretty strange. I just thought, big city, but also goes out into the fields. What would she reasonably talk to work with merchants
Yeah.
in both? In both, I can't remember the name. The big harbor city in. I just cannot remember names tonight. So I write everything down.
Her Nyanzaru? Nyanzaru?
Nyanzaru, that's it. Yeah, I had to
Nyanzaru.
look at my notes. Yeah, between that and Waterdeep, they seemed like an interesting set of languages to pick up. And my other party learned it's important to share what languages everybody knows, or you end up with odd situations. Like my wizard casting a spell to read Draconic on a sword, and another party member saying, "Oh wait, I know that language." Hmm. But yeah, a lot of the questions I was asking, I was debating if I needed, for combat wise, if we're allowing firearms, it'd be fun for Flick. Otherwise, I'd be going into crossbow stuff. So that's why I wanted to know, get things hammered out before level 4, when I could possibly pick up a feat that would play into that.
Yep. Yep.
Unless I don't just take, level 4 as a level in fighter in the first place.
Ah, the battle music. It's been a while. I realized, like, hasn't it been... This is like the third session where it was mostly all just narrative,
Yeah. Pretty much.
which is totally cool. I love that.
Yeah, the last session we had with combat was session 4. This is currently session 7.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have my notes based on which session they happened in.
As do I. I literally have session 7, day 15. I like doing that because you easily can forget how far in you've gotten with, in some cases, how little you've done. Because I have one campaign, our DM, he's doing like 6 games at a time. So he was like, "What level are you guys?" I was like, "We're level 3, and we're on session 10."
Yeah.
That's kind of like the other game we're in. We've done a session every week since November, but my character's only known the party maybe 5 days. Just because it's been back to back to back chaotic nonsense. But that's Barovia.
I don't know what we're talking about.
Oh, the fact that we're on session 7 and just,
Oh.
organizing notes.
I've been playing with my other group for almost a year, and literally like a week has passed.
All right. Let's do this. Okay. So everyone's back.
I guess I gotta watch the stream again so I can see Kendra's face.
Yeah.
All
Gotta
right.
watch the stream. I have it up so I can see the stream and I can see everyone else's faces.
Yeah, I actually have to like click on you and then it'll show your face and everyone else's next to it.
I'm special. I have that little live button over here.
Yep.
Okay. All right, guys. So let's go through initiative order real quick. Flick. What did you roll?
Oh, sorry, 8.
8. Kendra?
5.
Oh crap! I forgot to roll Sora. Okay. Rowan?
11.
11. Liam?
Oh, I'm muted. I got a 7.
7. Okay. Okay. All right. So you guys are heading down the road and you hear this scream just pierce this calm, peaceful morning. And as you look north, you see a woman running down the road towards you, followed by 5 zombies. And let me. And they are just charging after her. Some of them split off when they see some other people around, and they start going after them. And that brings us to the first zombie. So the first one is going to actually come up towards a older gentleman who is perched on this building right here, and he's going to come up and make a swipe at them. He completely misses. The older gentleman is able to run into the building and slam the door closed. This next one is going to run straight towards the people standing in the middle of the road. And I don't have a grid out, so we're just going to kind of fake it from here.
The
That's a long
measuring
way.
tool is 100% accurate. I tested it on the legend on the side.
Okay.
Measurements here are 100% accurate.
Okay. All right. And that brings us to, of course, Sora.
Except for the size of our tokens. Because then we'd be like 15 feet wide.
It's fine. We're just a little thick.
What none? A lot of beer at the inn last night.
I don't see everyone's health, by the way.
Who are you missing?
I'm missing everyone's, except for Flick.
I see mine and Kendra's isn't full.
Oh, I need to change that.
Yeah, I don't see Sora or Liam.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm only seeing Flick and Rowan. Flick and Kendra.
Okay, I see the problem. Spelled everyone. Okay, do you guys see those now?
Nope.
Nope, I just see the actual
Oh.
numbers popped up for Flick and Kendra.
I can't see Liam, Sora, or Rowan.
In their little health bar thing, do they have, like, for Kendra, her health is 14. I put 14 out of 14. Is the second box filled in? That might be what's not showing the health bar.
Okay. Sora pulled up because I don't have theirs. Yeah, I think everyone has to manually put theirs in there, which I can do for you if you need me to. So 14 for Sora.
Andrew only has 14 HP.
Correct. I have a constitution of 10.
Yeah, I can like put in my own number, but I just don't see everyone else's.
I just opened up the stream, and yeah, I see 21 out of max. So in that same screen, put 21 instead of max.
Yep. I can see Sora, who has 14 HP,
Okay.
which sounds wrong.
It sounds wrong. That's what I'm saying. Liam, what's your max hit points?
21.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see everyone's.
Okay.
Does
All
Sora
right.
only have 14 HP?
That's what I'm showing on here.
That
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what her page shows.
Yeah.
Yes, she.
is only level 2.
Oh, we're on level 3. That's why
Sora
she
never
didn't
leveled
level
up.
Okay. I'm gonna keep Sora towards the back.
I was gonna say, I think a paladin should have more HP than
Yeah.
a sorcerer with
Yeah,
a paladin of 10.
XP wise, she's level 3, but she never went to the 3rd level.
Yeah, we'll get them. We'll do that next time.
Okay.
All right. So Sora is going to. Oh man, I already forgot how to do this. Select. $30. So Sora's just going to go right about here to try and get in front of everyone. And that brings us to Rowan.
I am going to reach over and touch Liam's shoulder and cast guidance on him. So basically, for the next minute, Liam, you can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to any ability checks until the spell ends. If you decide to do some sort of ability thing or something. And then I will just move over towards this building as if I'm like trying to get a little bit of cover at the corner of it.
Okay. And that brings us to Flick.
Really? With 8? All right. So, movement plus cat powers. We're going to go 60 feet. How do I make the ruler stick so I know what it is? Close enough. So that's that. And what's my range now? I'm going to hit the one out front with a firebolt.
Okay.
Does a 14 hit?
Definitely hits.
Or 9 fire damage.
Okay. All right, so that bolt of fire hits him right in the middle of the chest, and he is stunned for a moment as the flames just start kind of coming up and over his dead flesh, just eating away at it quite easily. Anything else?
And, yep, I'm going to use my bonus action to command the spider pot, which is going to fly 30 feet ahead. I need a token for a spider pot.
Oh. Oh, no, I still didn't have that, do I? Here. I'll get you one. What do you want to do with it?
It's flying 30 feet up in the air between me and the zombie and shooting the zombie. Because it has a fly speed of 30 feet, and it has an attack range of 30 feet. So it's going to be in the air, high enough where the zombie can't hit it, and shoot it with a force shot. Which will be... Does a 23 hit?
Definitely hits.
That is 5 force damage.
Okay. And that's on that first one?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, I see the gear.
Okay, it's
Don't
yours.
have control of the gear. I don't have control of the gear.
Is that possible? I gave it to you.
Oh, I'm not clicking the right thing. Never mind. It's there and about 15 feet up in the air.
Okay. Great. You said 5 force damage?
Yep. So
Okay.
9 fire, 5 force on the first zombie.
So the first one, it gets hit with the flaming arrow and its chest is half burned, and then it gets hit with this force field and it just stumbles back a little and it looks up and it doesn't seem to see you, but it just growls straight ahead. That brings us to this next zombie, which is going to... This zombie has spied something over this way and is going to head towards that. And Liam, you're up.
There's a group of people out in the middle, right?
The woman, yeah, she is running down. She's just about now ran past Flick.
Okay. Then I'm going to move up next to Flick, make sort of like a body wall.
Mhm.
Do that. Now I can't go up there. Go 30 feet. Here, okay. So right there-ish. And I'm just gonna grab Talon and my short sword
Mhm.
and just get ready for a scrap.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. As you move up, you see the woman just looks very relieved to see someone else that's wanting to take over, and she looks like she's going to continue running past you. You guys hear a lot of screaming going on now, a lot of yelling back and forth. Kendra, you're up.
So we're gonna move up 30 feet as much as we can. And then he is 100 feet away. So how far away is this one? He's just too far away for Chaos Bolt. Oh well. closer one. I'm going to cast Scorching Ray on. Not Scorching Ray. No, that's the wrong one. Casting Sacred Flame. That's the right one. Sacred Flame on this one.
Okay,
The closest one.
go for it.
That's a nat 20.
You definitely hit.
No, I missed.
You roll really well on attack.
I guess so. What would we ask this every time? What was the rule for spells and getting a crit? Was it max damage?
Max damage.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we're doing. Is just max damage on crits.
Okay, cool. Then he takes 10 fire damage.
All right. So this one has already just been burned in the chest, been forced backwards, and was growling straight ahead. And it's looking straight through you guys, mostly through Flick. And then all of a sudden it just gets hit with this flaming light that comes straight down. And you just hear, "Ah!" as flames overtake it, and it just kind of crumples the skeleton as all the flesh has been eating off, and it's just left almost like in a Terminator scene where they're just kneeling and it's just a husk of bone, and that one is dead. Anything else?
Nope, that is all I can do. I eventually need to get some bonus action spells.
Okay. All right. That brings us to this zombie, who is going to head down this way towards you guys. And then this one. And then Liam, Sora, and Kendra, you suddenly hear some screaming coming from behind you as well. And as you briefly glance behind, you see two more zombies are approaching from the south, and they are chasing a small form, which you would by now recognize as Pell.
Oh, shit.
Okay, and that brings us to the next ones. All right. This zombie is going to head straight for Rowan. Okay. That's as far as they can get. Sora. Sora sees these zombies headed towards Pal and is going to make a break for them. And is going to run towards this one right here. And make a swing.
The zombies to the north or whatever way up is, are they chasing anyone else, or are they clearly, do we have their attention?
At this point, they are looking at members of the party and are coming towards them. If you are specifically looking for it, they don't see you. So 16. Sora hits for 8 points of damage towards that one. Alright, so Sora brings down their long sword towards this one, just barely catching the back of it, and it just swipes along, almost from the skull down, more into the back area, and it's still going. Rowan, you're up.
Okay, I am going to move forward to 30 feet. And then I'm gonna cast, make sure this is right. Yep. I'm gonna cast Sacred Flame. So you need to do a save of 13.
What save?
Dexterity.
Dexterity. You absolutely got them. They rolled a 1. -2.
Wow. Okay. So 1d8. Okay. I think it's only right that I'm doing flames with my flame die.
Heck yeah. Burn them.
I'll probably roll a 1.
I'm waiting for it too.
Nope, I got a
Okay.
5. It's 5 damage.
Swirly glitter die for Flicks casting acid at things.
All right. So Sacred Flame on that one near the door. Same thing that we witnessed just not too even seconds ago. This one also just flames come straight down onto its body, encasing it, and you hear it cry out. Uh, but it's still moving. It's able to kind of step out of it, and as it's still running, shake it off a bit. It brings us to Flick.
All right. So you say they don't see me, but is it that they can't see me?
Do you want to take some time looking into that?
I'm just wondering if I should be getting advantage in attack rolls because unseen attacker.
They can see you. They have no interest in you.
Okay. Well, I'm shooting a firebolt anyway.
Okay.
Let's peg this guy.
All right. Do it.
You know, it's not a Kendra roll, but I got a 19, so 24.
That hits.
That is 10 points of fire damage.
All right.
Well taken.
What's the range on your fireball?
120 feet.
Oh,
Firebolt's 120
Firebolt,
feet.
right? Yeah. Okay.
a fireball. Okay.
Yeah. So you guys are just lighting up this area of town with firebolts. Just one fire thing going after another, and this firebolt streams across the way and hits this zombie, and it screams as it hits it right in the hip area, but it's still moving. Anything else?
Yeah, Flick's firebolts are little glass flasks that explode on impact.
Okay.
He's got a hell of an arm with that.
All right.
The gear spider pod is moving in range to shoot this guy.
Okay.
That is...
Spider pot. Spider pot. Does whatever a
It's 12
spider
hit.
pot does.
Right now it's helicopter pot because it's flying around in the air. Does a 12 hit the zombie?
Yes.
Okay.
Hits. What you got?
No, that's
6
gonna be
force
stuck in my
damage
head.
on this one.
How much?
6 force
6
damage.
points. All right. So it staggers a little, but it's still going. And that brings us to...
And I didn't move, so I get my cat thing back next turn.
All right.
I'm losing my voice.
That brings us to this zombie who's going to head straight down this way. And Liam, you're up.
I would like to use cunning action
Mm-hmm.
to dash towards Pell.
Okay.
Where exactly is she? That's a very big.
Huge pal. Okay. She is right about in between these two.
Ah, crap. Okay. So I'm gonna dash towards her.
Okay.
Uh, If I'm using cunning action to dash. Does that still give me an attack?
Yeah. You still get your action.
Perfect. I was hoping for that. That's why I chose to use my cunning action. Okay, so I'm going to go right here, right between the two zombies.
Okay.
I'm going to shoot a look at Pell, a
Okay.
smile and a thumbs up, and take Talon and go for the zombie that isn't being attacked by Sora. And that is, where's my d20? There we go. That is going to be a. What's the modifier we do for initiative? Oh, not initiative, for hits.
That's the weapon. For your dagger, it'd be dexterity or strength.
Okay, so
And
add.
I would assume that you're
Dexterity
proficient
plus
with it, so you
proficiency.
add 2.
Excuse me.
Dexterity plus proficiency.
Okay. It's been a while since I did. Sorry.
Most likely a +5. A +5 to hit.
Yes, that's +5. So that's going to be an 18 to hit.
18 hits.
Okay. In which case, now I roll a d4.
+3 for damage.
Yep. So that's going to be 4 points of damage.
4 points. All right.
It's out of curiosity. I don't get sneak attack for that, do I?
What is it?
I mean, they're both focused on Pell.
But his Rakish Audacity kind of messes with it.
How so?
Not Rakish Audacity, it was something else.
My cunning action?
No,
No,
you
it's-
being a swashbuckler rogue makes it work a little bit differently.
Sneak attack.
If
With
it's-
turn, you can take an extra piece. You don't need advantage on the attack roll if another enemy is, any other target is within 5 feet, or if that target enemy is incapacitated and you don't have disadvantage on the attack roll.
Does Pell count? Is Pell within 5 feet?
Yes.
Is she within 5 feet of him? Because that's what matters.
She's probably about 10 feet off, to be
Then he
fair.
would get sneak attack.
Okay. Do it.
Well,
That's another 4 points of damage.
So 8 points total?
Yeah.
All right.
Rakish Audacity makes sneak attack a little broken.
is the other zombie within 5 feet of him though?
No, the others, I mean, within 5 feet of Liam?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
If it's within 5 feet of me, I can't use sneak attack.
Damn. Oh well.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
you add your charisma modifier to your initiative rolls. You don't need advantage on the attack roll. You sneak attack against the creature. If you're within 5 feet of it, no other creatures are within 5 feet of you. You don't have a disadvantage. So if the other zombie's within 5 feet of me, I can't use it.
Okay.
Okay. So you get, because you're a swashbuckler, you get extra possibility for sneak attack, but you don't currently
Yep.
meet any of them.
Right.
So you would have to have advantage, or have to have an ally within 5 feet of them, or have no one within 5 feet of you or them.
Right. So I don't get a sneak attack. So those extra 4 points of damage didn't happen.
Okay. All
Or just
right.
wondering.
But just as a heads up, because I am a swashbuckler, they can't make an opportunity attack on me.
Okay. Good to know.
They can, yeah, because of my fancy footwork.
All right. Anything else?
I guess I'm just going to, look back at
For the
Pell
rest
again.
of your turn. So if you move now, they can't opportunity attack you.
They can or they can't.
Cannot. It's until the end of your turn.
Right. I'm just going to keep focused. Actually, I don't get like a second attack because I use cunning action, right?
Right.
No.
Okay, that's what I thought. Just want to be sure about that. Then I'm just going to keep an eye on the zombies but also like keep awareness for where Pell is to keep her safe.
Okay. Kendra, you're up.
All right. This is where this now one happens. I'm going to cast Chaos Bolt on either of them are in range, so either zombie over here towards Pal.
Okay.
I was close. It almost became a 1. It's a 19.
Well, it hits.
Okay, cool. So that's a... I have to roll a d8 for damage, not d10. That's the wrong die. That's a 5. So right now we're looking at lightning damage for one of the things.
Okay.
And another 5! Cool! Plus the d6. So that's 13 lightning damage, and then it'll bounce off to the other zombie next to him.
Okay.
Does a 14 hit.
14 hits.
Awesome. So it's an 8 and a 4. We're going to do the force damage. So that's math. I hate math, but I love this spell. So the first zombie took 13 lightning damage, and the second one is taking 16 force damage.
All right. So you guys turn around, and these two zombies are chasing after this smaller form that just looks scared, witless. And Kendra, when you go after this one, the chaos bolt hits the first one, and it's just like shaking from it. The second one, they're both looking very, very hurt at this point. Anything else?
I'm going to hope that they have this handled, and I'm going to move 30 feet towards the other zombies.
Okay.
How much damage does Liam take? I mean, it passed right through him.
Thing! I get to choose!
Poor Liam's always in.
If you would have rolled a 1, oh my god.
All right.
We don't think about it. We're not going to think about it.
That brings us to this zombie up here, which is just going to take its turn to move, and this one as well. And then that brings us to you guys hear a little bit more growling off to the side. And Kendra, you notice actually as you're moving forward, another zombie appears just off and to the right and behind you. And this one's coming straight for you. It doesn't quite reach you yet. And then...
Bad touch.
Huh?
Bad touch.
Yeah.
Bad touch, no.
And then another one off to the side here. It's coming straight
with all the bad touches.
for the group. And that brings us to these two zombies. All right, so these two that are still standing, this first one, it's going to make a swipe at Liam because that's where its ire was drawn to after being hit. And that's a 4.
Misses.
Okay, so this one turns around, just pale mail makes a swipe with its clawed hand, and you're able to duck out of the way of it. The next one.
Can I dab while I duck?
Yeah, you can do a little dab while you're ducking. The next one is going to make a swipe at Pell. And that hits. All right. So that's going to be.
What the hell, Leo? I thought you would protect the child.
Okay. So this one is coming at Pell, and it makes a swipe. And just as it's about to swipe out at her, another form comes out and wraps itself around her. And you, Liam, see Corbett basically leap off around the corner of this building and goes right in front of Pell. And he actually takes the damage. 6, which is going to be. And you hear him cry out a bit, but it's hardly anything, more of like a grunt. Which brings us to his turn. And he's going to spend his turn. He's going to pick Pell up, actually. He's going to pick Pell up. You guys, Liam, you see him take the hit, and he lifts Pell and tosses her up onto the roof of the building you guys are standing right next to. And without even thinking, she is able to grab onto it and just turns and watches from above. All right, and that brings us back to this zombie, which is going to continue to make its way forward towards Rowan. Now, and Sora. I'm Sora. Sora's going to make a swing at that one still right next to Liam, which hits, and that is going to be 5 points of damage. So Sora's longsword comes across this one that's right next to Liam, and both of those zombies were looking pretty hurt. This one, they just decapitate it. So that one is dead. The body just crumples to the ground. All right, Rowan, you are up.
I'm going to stick and flame that zombie again, so that dexterity save of 13.
This one?
Yep.
All right, go for it. Oh, my. Rolled a 1 again. -2.
Good lord. Okay, only 2 points of damage.
2? Okay.
2.
All right, so it's running towards you, and it gets hit again, and it's still just moving through it. Anything else?
I'm actually going to, let's see here. I'm gonna start moving. I'm gonna start moving this direction. Pay attention to this zombie in front of me, but starting to get a different position.
Okay. Keep in mind, right about here is where we're saying the sunken area is. So everyone's kind of moving around it.
Okay.
All right. That brings us to Flick. You're up.
Okie dokie. So it's still going to take these guys probably at least a turn to even be a threat. We're going to fall back a little bit. Position near Kendra. And we're going to take a shot at this guy with more fire.
Okay.
If I can roll in the tray. 15.
15 definitely hits. What you got?
Oh. 7 fire.
All right. 7 fire. So that one, it's mid-run, arms out, trying to get to Kendra, and it gets hit with something. And it's pissed off. Anything else?
And
Pot?
Pot is going to be shooting the one tied up with Rowan.
Okay, go for it.
Or 14.
14 hits.
That is 4 force damage.
All right. Still going. It's still pushing through.
It doesn't do a lot of damage, but it's damage I can do with a bonus action.
Anything else?
That's it for me.
All right. So that brings us to one of these guys. This one is moving. All right, Liam, you're up.
Elle's right on the roof of the building next to me, right?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna take a. I'm gonna attack that zombie that's still down there next to me.
Uh-huh. Go for it.
That's cocked.
Cocked rolls again.
Yeah, that's by cocked I mean it fell like on my lap, on my chair, like completely like not a good one.
Yeah.
That is a 7.
It just misses.
Damn. And I use a second attack.
Mhm.
Excellent. Okay. This is my short sword now. That's a 12.
12 hits.
Okay, and that's going to be 1d6 plus 3. It's 7.
All right. So as you're slightly distracted by what's going on with Pell, you see her get thrown up and you're mid-stab trying to go for it, but you're distracted, so you miss. But as soon as you see her safety, you pull your sword out and you just swipe across, and it goes deep into its chest, and that zombie falls backwards and dies. All right. Anything else?
I'm going to flash Pella Smile, pull out my dagger and show her, and then thank. I'm sorry, what was his name again?
Oh,
Corbett.
Corbett.
Thank Corbett. And I hope that Pell gets the message when I flash my dagger that she's got one too.
She nods, and immediately you see her reach behind her and pull it out.
I mean,
And
that
she's on her
position should
hands.
probably be better served by having a bag of rocks to throw.
She's on her hands and knees on the roof watching now. All right, Kendra, you're up.
All right. So the zombie that's getting pretty close to me. I don't want it very close to me. How far away? Because depending on what side of the token we go on, he's either 5 feet or 14 feet away.
I'd say right on his mouth.
Right on his mouth. Okay, so I am about 15 feet away, which means I can put the fear of God into him. I cast Guiding Bolt.
Do it.
That's a 23.
23 hits.
All right. 3 plus 3. That's 2. That's 5. So that's 13 radiant damage.
All right. So this bright light just comes from the inside. You guys see it pinpoint from the inside of this zombie's chest, and it just bursts open with bright light that consumes it entirely, and you hear this almost like hollow scream of like grave death and such. It's still up. Anything else?
It's still up.
Yep.
Until the end of my next turn, the next attack roll made against it has advantage.
All right.
We're gonna get the hell away from it as well.
That brings us to this zombie, which is going to close in on Rowan and make a swipe. Which is 9 to hit. So it swipes and misses. Let me see. Nope. All right, that's its turn. Next is this one. Whoops. Which is going to try and follow Kendra. And then this one. And then this one is moving. Keep changing the size of it. Okay. Sora is up. And they are going to head straight forward for this one. Not quite there. Rowan, you're up.
Okay. Without me actually moving, am I able to touch the zombie? Is he that close?
Yeah. Yeah, because you're overlapping with it.
Okay. I'm gonna, like, when he swiped at me, basically, I'm gonna, like, grab the arm and cast inflict wounds on him.
Do it.
Ten?
That hits.
Oof. Alright. 3d10. I'm angry that he's still alive. 12 points to damage. Of necrotic damage.
So this zombie swings at you and you're able to lean back and dodge, but as it does, you reach your own hand up and just grab that arm and you pull it down and your eyes flash and you feel like the life just sucking into your own hand as the skin hollows into its cheeks and you see its mouth just and the eyes dim and it dies. It falls until you squeeze your hand and the bones crush beneath it into dust. Anything else?
Yeah, I will go ahead and now move towards the zombie over here. So I'm basically right behind the spider pot.
The pot's like 15 feet up in the air.
Okay, I'm right underneath of it. Right there, right?
It's copter pot right now.
There we go. Look at that.
All right.
Use my halo.
You're up.
You say you, but you gotta say.
I said Flick.
No, you just said you're up.
I said Flick. Pause. You're up.
Okay.
I didn't say it clear enough, Pause.
Well, this one's getting close. Is it looking at me or is it just looking at Kendra?
It's looking at Rowan.
Oh. Well, it's gonna get fire either way. Does an 11 hit?
It hits.
That is 8 fire damage.
All right. So you throw your concoction at it, and it just splashes against the side of its face, and it it almost it's still avoiding you, and it's still looking straight towards Rowan. What's the pot doing?
Closing the distance and giving a shot at this one.
Okay.
21.
Definitely hits.
6 force damage.
All right. So it just growled and looked at Rowan, and then it is hit square in the face with a force field, an invisible force field, and its hair and skin is just almost blown off as it is thrown backwards several feet, and it is definitely dead. Anything else?
That's about, well, I suppose I should move up. And we're going to move up to pretty much where the pot is.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. Liam, you are up, sir.
I'm gonna dash at this other zombie
Okay.
and take a swipe at it with the talon.
Go for it.
That's a 9.
9 hits.
Do I get sneak attack?
Yeah.
It's headed towards you.
Yeah, but because he's the swashbuckler, his sneak attack is like duelist, but Sora's kind of close to you.
You're right. How close is she?
Well, it's overlapping.
You're right. You're right. Okay. Dang it. He's trying to make the most out of this.
Because yeah, swashbuckler, you get it's like duelist focused sneak attack, but because Sora's right there, she's, creeping on you a bit. You can't quite get that sneaky move in.
That's a 5.
5 damage?
Yep.
All right. And that was with Talon?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you swipe across and you catch this thing in the mouth almost and just rip half of its cheek off. And it looks back at you with its jaw half hanging open and skin just hanging off. And anything else?
Just because you're dead isn't an excuse for bad oral hygiene.
Do it.
And that's it. And my turn.
All right. Kendra, you are up.
And
We're
don't have
going
anything
to-
particularly close to you either.
Yeah. A lot less dangerous. We're going to cast Firebolt, but we're going to meta magic twin spell,
Ooh.
so I can hit 2 targets with it.
Yes.
And we're going to be aiming for the 2 back here.
Okay. Go
So
for
the
it.
first one, that is 14.
Definitely hits.
All right, cool. Rolling damage. That's 9 fire damage.
Okay.
And the second one, that's 20 unnatural, that hits, and 7 fire damage.
All right. Awesome. Anything else?
And
Those 2 are still up and running towards you. Well, towards towards Rowan.
we're going to also no, that's it.
All right. That brings us to this zombie. Which is going to make a swipe at Rowan. Natural 20. So that is... Where is it? Oh, sorry. So that is 7 points of damage.
Good.
Alright, so that one sweeps across, catches like your neck and hair area and almost pulls your head down as it sweeps across you. Which brings us to this zombie, who's going to move straight towards Liam, since it's right there, and going to make a swipe at you. That is 13 to hit.
Miss.
All right. So you are able to dodge out of that one swipe at you. This
I think-
zombie.
Is anyone in the party have an AC lower than 13?
These two zombies are going to dash
My AC is 13.
and head straight for Rowan. But they are using their actions to dash, so they've got no action. Which brings us to Sora, who's going to move forward. Oops. To make a swipe with their longsword at this one that has just swiped at Liam. And that misses. Yeah, that misses. Rowan, you are up.
All right. This one that just rushed up at me.
Yep.
I'm going to swing at him with my warhammer.
Okay.
$14
All
to
right.
hit.
Is it the one in the right, left, or middle?
The right.
Right. All right, go for it.
Yeah.
14 definitely hits.
So a beetle the size of my thumb just landed on my window. I've never seen something that big that flies. At least insect-wise.
So it's 4 bludgeoning damage.
All right. So you swing up with your hammer and this one that just swiped at you, and you catch it right in the chin, and you hear a crack as the bottom part of the jaw just shatters, and its head flips back and then looks right back at you. Anything else?
And then I guess I will. Let's see. I'll go ahead and use one of my War Priest abilities, which allows me to do a second weapon attack
All
as a
right.
bonus action. $18 definitely hits.
Definitely hits.
It'll be 9 bludgeoning damage.
All right. So you've just swung up, and on that same one,
On the same one, yes.
yeah, and as it looks back at you, you feel like a bolt of electricity going down your hand, and you just swing straight back down. How much damage was it?
9 bludgeoning.
9. And you come down into its skull, and half of the face is just caved in, and all that's left is one eye as it just kind of looks at you like, it's definitely shaken. Flick, you are up.
All right, so all these zombies are in melee range of Rowan, right?
What? I think you'd have to get a little bit closer.
No, No, they're not in melee range of me. They're in melee range of Rowan.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, 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 yes.
Are they close enough to be considered within 5 feet of each other?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I need to know. So the one that's missing half a face and the one next to it get to make a saving throw.
All right. What type?
Dexterity saving throw of 13 as Flick throws a vial of acid over Rowan's head on top of them.
Are they fighting on that giant hole?
The hole's like up here.
They're kind of right around it. I apologize. I should have put something down on the map. Um.
You
The
mean I could Sparta kick him?
that is a -2 and a 6.
So they both fail. All right. They both take 6 acid damage.
All right.
So the one with half a face and the one closest to it.
Okay. The one with half a face had not much going left for it, and the acid just eats away at it, and it just crumples to the ground. The other one, it's looking pretty hurt.
The other
Anything
one's
else?
getting, yeah, it's getting shot in the face by the pot.
All right. Go for it.
Or rather not. I'm guessing a 6. Does a 6 hit?
No. So the pot's trying to make sure it doesn't hit Rowan, and it just shoots wide.
You ever seen those like air cannon toys that just go that send the gust of air at something?
Yeah.
So its hair just foofed up and nothing happened.
Liam, you're up.
I'm gonna keep dancing with this four-breathed zombie.
Threat.
And it's gonna be Talon with a 9.
9 hits.
Fantastic. Sora's messing my mojo here, but that is a no, that's a 4 damage.
Okay.
I'm gonna attack again with my short sword.
Okay.
That's gonna be a 10.
Definitely hits.
That's gonna be 9 points of damage. So 4 plus 9, that's 13 points of damage. Just dagger first, and with the momentum, just swipe the sword at its neck.
Yep. You clear the neck and are able to go straight through the spinal cord. All that's hanging is this piece of flap of skin in the back that's old. The head just kind of falls back, and the skin peels backwards down the back as the weight of the skull just pulls it, and the body falls back dead.
Nearly headless. Are you nearly headless?
Kendra, you are up.
So, if I were to go right here,
Mm-hmm.
would these zombies, would they both be within 5 feet of me? Just
Right.
go right here. Would they be within 5 feet of me?
The right one would be a little off. It's okay. The token. Unfortunately, this map was not a great one to use for this. You'd have to move a little bit closer. You can be on top of Rowan if you need to be.
Cool, because I want to use cantrip,
Okay.
Word of Radiance. Every creature within 5 feet of me that I can see that I choose. So not Rowan. I choose not to affect Rowan. They have to make a
Growth.
Constitution. Have to make a
Constitution?
Constitution saving throw.
All
Yep.
right.
DC is 13.
All right, so one fails. The one on the left succeeds. The one on the right fails.
All right, the one that failed is taking 6 radiant damage.
All right. And the one that failed is definitely dead. One left, guys. Anything
Yay.
else, Kendra?
Nope.
All right.
I'm in danger.
That brings us to the final zombie,
You put yourself in danger.
who just felt the gust of like dried skin. You kind of see it go across them from its dead cohort, and it still looks straight towards Rowan, and it's going to move forward and attempt to swing at Rowan. And that is 16 to hit. Misses? All right. So that one, it goes straight for you, completely misses. Sora's turn. They're just going to spend their turn trying to get up to you guys. And Rowan, you're up.
Clobbering time.
Yeah. Bring in the Warhammer. Thought about doing inflict wounds again, but I better save my spells for later. It's so early in the morning. 17 to hit. So that
Definitely
hits.
hits.
And 7 bludgeoning damage.
All right. So you bring the warhammer across like this across its face, and you hear the crack, and it looks. Its head creaks back and looks straight at you. Anything else?
No, I'll wait. I'm going to stand my ground.
All right, Flick, you're up.
Alrighty. Well, he gets the fire too.
Do it.
That's a natural 20. So,
Mm.
10 fire damage.
10 fire.
Natural 20 on this die is, little dragon icon.
All right. So Rowan comes across and just smacks this thing, and then Flick, she just faces it and is like, "Come at me." And all of a sudden, flame just comes across and smacks into it, and it is disintegrated. As this final zombie burns into a crisp, the husk of it falling to the ground and dust flying up around. Flick and Kendra, you are the only two that hear this, but it's like a distant cackling. And it echoes in your head before it just fades out.
The arrow did something.
Did you want it back?
No. Because things like this happen.
You're the one who picked it up in the first place, dear.
Yes, I did. Well, now we can, I guess, curse people. That's fun.
So, as you guys kind of regather,
Let's get poor Pell down from the roof.
you turn towards her, and she is
already on it.
already.
I run towards the building, and I just cry out to Pell, "Come down here!"
She leaps off. like arms out.
I step back and I catch her.
All
I feel like
right.
she has some suicidal tendencies.
So one,
Put her
one
down.
up there, and another one got her down.
Put her down, and I say, "Very good. Yes, you were very, very brave."
I would have got it if it come any closer, but they were kind of tall. Eventually, I'll get tall enough to hit them.
Yep.
And she
An
tucks
important
it
thing
into
about
her
being
pants.
an important thing about being an adventurer is knowing when to fight and when to run. We're very smart and very brave.
And she looks kind of shy about it. And then she turns, and as Corbett walks up and she looks at him, and she just does one of these, and he holds a hand up and high fives sigh with a sigh as she scurries off. He smiles and shakes his head. I don't suppose this is going to be something you all will be bringing into the town often.
We're still not
For now.
entirely sure it's us that brought it here.
Hmm. I tended to leave the adventuring life behind, but I must say, that was invigorating. I'll be seeing you all around. Apologies as I go lick my wounds. And he walks away.
Before he does,
Yeah.
where was he wounded?
He got hit along the back.
Okay. Before he does, I'm going to pat him right on the back and say thank you. But like, not a gentle pat either. A nice, like, hearty, like, good job.
You
Thank
see
you.
Why
him.
does everyone hate this part?
There was a day I enjoyed pain, but. And he a bit stiffly walks off now, just shaking his head and. All right. So, are you guys gonna continue to head off?
In the name of science,
Mhm.
Flick is going to carefully, with gloves on, take the arrow out of her bag and poke one of the zombies with it.
Okay. You poke it, and the bodies are very dried and husky at this point, and it just crumbles a bit.
I can't say I was really expecting anything to happen.
Current working theory is the arrow has something to do with the undead. That's what he meant by last laugh, because they only showed up after we brought the arrow back to town.
I mean, they're not exactly marathon runners. Maybe they showed up, but took their time getting here.
Quite a coincidence then.
It's not the first necromantic thing we've run into around here, after all.
Well, hopefully this doesn't happen again.
When I look at the bodies, um, can I tell like if any of their clothes look like they belong to any of the businesses around here?
Uh, no, no. You haven't spent a lot of time investigating the businesses either, but just from seeing the general populace around you, you would say no. They're very old, very ratty, torn. They don't look like recent clothing at all.
We should probably get going before our guide decides to leave without us.
Yes, we should probably alert the constable as well if he's not already been up and about.
Yeah, at this point, quite a few now that the town folks have realized the immediate threat has passed, um, they're coming out, and once again, you guys are in the thick of it, and you're getting bombarded with, pats on the back and questions, and all these people that were sleeping in their homes are coming out, and everyone's starting to talk about it and everything. And um, you soon see the constable coming down with a couple of his deputies, and he quickly gets the story about what happened. Um, and he walks up to Rowan. Do we know where they came from?
Fortunately, sir, we do not.
Oh,
They
it's
came out of the blue to us.
one thing after another. You see him just wipe his face, and a bloody smear is left on his face, and he quickly realizes, damn it. He pulls a handkerchief out and wipes it off. Sorry.
Are you okay?
Yeah, no, we started off doing the butchering in the morning. I was not ready to hear screaming in the middle of the road this early in the morning.
Well, we've had a fair share of morning butchering here as well.
He kind of smirks and chuckles. Well, thank God for that. All right.
Has this ever happened before?
Zombies in the middle of the town? No, no. This is a new thing for us. Hopefully, this is a one-time thing for us. I don't suppose you guys know anything where it came from.
Unfortunately,
We
not at this time.
Our current idea is it may have something to do with that Velaclar fellow, or at least someone who may be after them.
Valklanar?
That one, yes. Too many V's and L's in the names here.
You think he did this?
We're still not entirely sure. It's a little early to draw a conclusion, but it appears there may have been some magic in a note we found with his name on it outside of town.
All right. Well, I'll just add that to the list of things we got to look into. Wherever you folks were headed to, feel free to keep going. We'll clean it up from here.
Andrew, did you still have that note we could show the constable?
Yep. Hand him the note.
The constable takes it and reads it, and you see him kind of do this on the parchment itself as he looks it over and really takes a good eye to it. He looks up at you, Kendra, from kind of beneath his brow. Where did you say you got this?
It was tied to an arrow that was in someone's skull
On a tree.
in the woods.
Well, looks like Valklandar was definitely into some not good things, if this is truly his signature. And he hands the parchment back. That's skin.
Well, I don't want it.
You want me to keep it for the investigation?
Yes.
All right. And he tucks the note into his pocket. I'll be sure to start looking into this. Anything else you guys found?
Nothing yet. We're currently going to look at some new graves nearby, see if there's something going on there, and
Graves?
going. Yeah.
You see this just defeated look on him, like All right. I tell you what, I can only do one thing at a time right now. Um, if you find anything with the graves, just eh, keep me informed. Uh, and he reaches into his back pocket and pulls out four, uh, five copper pieces. But they're a little different. They're not actual coins. Um, they've got a printed of a tree on it, and he hands one to each of you. All right, consider your guys officially deputies for the time being, and deputies of Red Larch. Do you hear henceforth something I don't even just don't kill anyone unless they deserve it, or trying to kill you. Let me know what you find out. Otherwise, I would appreciate you guys handling that. We'll take care of this.
That's surprisingly similar to the apothecary oath.
He kind of chuckles again. Yeah, I apologize. I'm not much for formalities.
What did you say was a symbol on the coin? A 3?
A tree.
A tree.
A
Okay.
tree. Yeah, it's
A
a red
red
larch
larch.
tree. Hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
And you see off to the side, you hear a woman's voice say, Harbuck. And he turns, and you guys kind of all see a woman in a royal blue dress, but with a white smock on, and it's got blood stains, some brown stains on it, hair in some like nice braids, beautiful braids back, half down. She is, you could tell she is one of stature. And she's got a, a meat cleaver in one hand and a chicken leg in the other. And she's just kind of standing there as if to say, like, is everything all right? And he looks back and, it's all right, Janessa. I'll be in there in a minute. I'm sorry, Jalessa. Jalisa. Uh, she nods and turns and heads back towards the butcher's row. All right. Well, thanks. And he starts helping his deputies, making sure no one was hurt, and they start going door to door to make sure people know it's okay to come out now and checking on everyone.
Back to
Before
work.
he walks away, I kind of, since he's standing in front of me, like, Constable, with our presence here to defeat some of the evils that have happened, unfortunately, we seem to be stirring up some more. But please know, none of this is on you. You're doing the best that you can, and we will help clean up the mess that we have made.
Though
And
I
I just like reach and like place my hand on my shoulder like I've done before in the past with him.
He places a hand on your shoulder, and though I'm not one to invite trouble into this town like we need anymore, I'm also not one to ignore trouble either. I know you are here to do good things, and unfortunately, our town's just in the thick of it. And he kind of steps forward a little bit closer. I know things are going to get messy. That's what happens when you're in the middle of this kind of thing. Whatever it is you guys are dealing with or trying to deal with, try to keep it contained. But I make no illusion that
We'll try our best to keep it from affecting your townspeople.
I appreciate that very much. I know there's only so much you can do. And though I don't want this to happen to our town, I'm not going to stop you from doing what's right. So, anything we can do to help you, let us know. Otherwise, we'll do us and you guys do what you do best.
Of course. And I let him go.
He turns away. All right.
So to the east?
Police.
Eastwood home. Once we find our guide.
All right. So you guys. I have to zoom majorly out. All right. So you guys are headed towards the Cairn Road. You guys head to the south of Red Larch to the very edge of it. And right about here is where you reach the Cairn Road. And you notice it's a pretty it's a dirt road for the most part, but it's just well traveled. Um, there are stone walls that line the path on both sides, and we're talking like piled stones. Kind of if you imagine like the Scottish ones that line the roads and such. So it's the entire way, and you just see pastures and rolling hills along the sides of these. You can't always see over them, but you guys are able to follow or hit to the Cairn Road, and at the edge of it, you see the shepherd from earlier, and he is standing there looking quite nervous for a moment before he finally spots you. And oh, for a second there, I thought you guys weren't coming. I was getting mighty worried. I heard a lot of screaming in town. I must admit, I almost considered coming back to town, but I was scared to come back. I'm glad to see you made it.
It's fine. We just had to deal with an unfortunate problem with the undead. But we have solved it and everyone is safe.
He looks like you see the color drain from his face a bit. The undead. Well, that's not something I think I've ever heard someone say about our town. Well, you lot ready then?
Yes, of course. Please lead the way.
All right, come on. And he's got like some overalls on, basic farming shirt, white shirt. It's got some splotches on it. It's well worn and used. He's got a walking stick and a nice little cap, much like Galen is currently wearing. And they just he just walks down the road, and it's not a lot of gravel in the road. It's been worn mostly to dust. Uh, and you
Got my
guys,
shillelagh in the other room.
huh?
I got my shillelagh in the other room.
You guys head down the way until you come to an area where there is a break in the walls on the north side of the road, and you see a small path. Um, it's hardly a path. It's more like where some grass has been beaten down, uh, and he walks you up, directs you that way, and walks you up until you crest a hill. Um, and he pauses and points his stick down a ways. On the other side of that hill, across the way, that be them. And on the opposite hill to the north, you see circling buzzards that are still just circling in the air. You can see some dive down. You hear their distant call. And you can barely see some dark indentations on the other hill. That's as far as I go. I'm sorry,
Thank you.
I'm not the brave one in the town.
It's perfectly fine. You've done your part. We thank you for it, truly.
Your way back to town just to be safe. Never know what might happen out here.
Well, there aren't any zombies out this way. I should be good. I'm gonna go gather me sheep and we'll head to the next pasture over. Be safe.
You as well.
He taps his walking stick to his hat and then walks off. All right. So are you
Okay.
guys heading over there?
Yep, here we go.
All right. Are you uh just
Before we head up there,
okay?
Uh-huh.
I'm going to prepare something.
Okay.
Going to prepare detect magic.
Okay.
Give me a couple minutes to prepare a ritual.
All right.
Okay.
I feel like I should be doing this more often.
How long does
Once
it take?
Flick is
Uh,
10 minutes.
10 minutes, because I'm doing it as a ritual. Everyone
Once
have a quick picnic.
Once Flick is done, Kendra will be up front with her quarterstaff out, just bonking along, in case there's any kind of trap or anything that will be set off if we go near something.
Okay. All right. So as the group of you uh, head down the hill you were just on and you crest the next one, it is a very barren hilltop. Um, and you gather you're a few miles from Red Larch, and you see four freshly, they look freshly dug, shallow graves. The earth has been scraped out for the holes, and that dirt is piled nearby. Um, and there are stones, four piles of stones, the length of a body. And there is a faint smell of death that you can just faintly smell it on the air. Um, and the vultures that were on the ground, as soon as you come up, several of them caw at you before, and they flap off into the sky to join the rest circling.
So, did we want to attempt to identify these individuals, or
Yes.
then did anyone bring a shovel?
Should I
I'm actually
have a
curious if I
shovel?
might actually have one.
I thought I did, but I don't.
I have a shovel.
Cool.
I've got just about every other tool under the sky, but I don't have a shovel.
Before we
So-
continue, does anyone disagree with the action of digging up a shallow grave to identify the corpse?
Not at all. We don't generally dig graves back home as it is. It's a bit of an odd concept to me.
Sora steps up. Graves are for those left behind. It's a sign of respect. Though I don't normally advise digging up graves, I don't think these were done in the proper manner either. These were not buried by loved ones, nor was there any ceremony done for them.
As you say, Sora, graves are something that you do for those left behind. Perhaps these were done for those left behind as a message.
Which is why I have no problem digging them up. And she gets down on her knees, their knees, and starts just pulling rocks off.
We have a shovel.
Pull out my shovel and look at Kendra, say, is this something that you want to do, or would you prefer me to do it?
I would like you to do it. If I find something, if I find her, I wouldn't be able to continue digging it up.
I understand. So that I come forward and as Sora's lifting the rocks off and exposing more dirt, I start to dig, but very gently.
No, it's on detect magic. Nothing.
Um,
Just the magical feeling of sadness.
nope. Nothing magical around.
Look at it this way. Just think of it as buried treasure.
Wow.
Liam, you've been
Right.
awfully quiet this trip.
The real treasure are the bodies we found along the way.
Not the bodies we made along the way.
I said what I said.
Weren't they technically already bodies before we took them down?
I'm actually going to be right back.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Alright. So you
I
guys
suppose
spend
it was a bit
time.
much for Liam to
So you
stop.
said there's 4 graves, right?
Yep.
Are they all the same size?
Yes. Yeah. They're the same length. It's less dirt. Once you guys are able to remove the rocks from the top, the dirt is very shallow. And the birds were able to pick through some of the rock anyways, and were able to get into some of the creases to move some of the dirt. They're very shallow. So you guys, as you dig, you find 4 bodies in the beneath the dirt and the rocks. The first one is a male dwarf. It's dressed in artisan type robes. Um, there is one female human warrior that's in a black surcoat with a red axe on it. There is a male human warrior that's dressed in a black cloak with a strange stony kind of armor on it. And then there is a male human in a white robe with black feathers at the shoulders.
What the hell?
I'm guessing this one is not your sister, Kendra, dear.
No, none of them are. I'm just
I
very confused as
wouldn't
to who
imagine
these
the
people
Oracle
were.
is now.
They look kinda like adventurers.
Or a delegation?
Or at the very least, not normal townspeople.
Yeah, they seem the type who should know how to handle themselves in a fight.
But I
There's
do.
no weapons or anything on them.
There was an axe and there was stony armor.
Can I do like a check to see if I can see any signs of how they perished?
Yeah, you
Oh,
want to
yeah.
make how they perished just on the bodies themselves?
Yeah.
Yeah, make a medicine check.
And while she's doing that, I would like to do a medicine check to see how long they've been dead.
Okay, go for it.
9.
9.
Oh
Okay.
no. They died of death. That's a 13.
13. Okay. So, Rowan, as you're kind of lifting some of the cloth here and there, the smell now that the dirt and the rocks have been removed, it's starting to hit you a little bit more. And you're not really able to focus enough to determine how they died. Kendra, what were you looking for?
How long they've been dead, or
How
an
long?
approximation.
Looking over the bodies, you get a sense that they've been dead for about just a hair over about a month.
Okay.
So they've been dead for a month, but the graves are recent.
You said that the warrior woman had an axe with her?
It's I'm sorry. It's a uh
And a cloak with an axe on it.
yeah, with a red
Okay, a
axe on
cloak with
it.
an axe. Okay, well, we have an artisan. We have someone in a white robe with feathers. We have someone in stony looking armor. And someone with a cloak that bears a red axe.
Sora, dear, could you take down their likeness in your journal?
Sora's already got the journal open and is scrawling in it the designs and the symbols on them. Um,
Would there be... Do any of you know anything about, I suppose, anywhere near here that would have people such as this?
Fortunately, while I did travel the river up towards Yata, I'm not as familiar with this area around Redlard specifically.
yeah, none of you recognize uh, most of these. If you want to roll on the black surcoat with the red axe, anyone can make a history check. Whoever wants to.
I'll make a history check.
Okay.
I don't have this. That's a 23.
Oh, okay. So, Flick, as you're looking at the female warrior with the black surcoat with the red axe on it, uh, looking at it for a moment, you remember that that red axe, that's the symbol of Mirabar's army. All the people in Mirabar that are a part of the military bear that red axe on either their armor, on their cloaks.
Well, then, it does seem that my inkling was correct. At least in part, they seem to be out of Mirabar.
Is that the place at the um
It's the place the delegation was from that's gone missing,
okay.
that these trade tokens we received from our friend beneath the town were in possession of.
So mayhaps just to be clear, we were going to investigate that they went missing.
Yes,
Oh, so this might be them.
at least some of them.
Can I search their pockets?
Yeah, make an investigation.
Seven.
You are still turned off by that pungent smell. You get your hand halfway in and you feel something bony and you're like, mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm.
I'll show you how it's done. Probably won't.
I roll an investigation for any like footprints or anything.
Do it.
Said that was investigation.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Liam,
16.
Liam, you're doing a survival check.
Ooh, okay.
Kendra, you.
That's a natural one.
You found footprints. They are your own.
You follow them in a circle for an hour.
The frustrating thing is the way your face lit up tells me that there are footprints.
So, Kendra, you don't find anything really in their pockets. They seem to have been picked through pretty quickly. In fact, you even see one of the pockets has been turned out. You do. Would you roll?
Rolled a 16 on investigation.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you don't really find anything else.
Flick is going to take the Mirabar military cloak just as at least evidence of what they've found that they can show later.
Okay. So the rest of you watch Flick as he strips this dead woman, female warrior, of her cloak, and puts it in his bag. Sora watches this and shakes her head. Some of these did not mean. She seems a little perturbed.
I'm not intending to keep this for myself, Sora. But often military matters pass on cloaks or tools kept by those in service to those near to them.
No, I understand. But at least we should give them a proper burial. They deserve that.
Of course.
I have.
That's what I promised the herder.
So Sora will walk up to Rowan and hold their hand out. May I have the shovel?
Of course. I hand it over.
They'll take it and begin digging new holes. And we'll spend quite a while digging deeper ones. Anything else you guys want to do?
Liam, may I borrow a dagger for a sec?
Any specific dagger or just my dagger?
Any dagger.
I hand her Talon.
And I take Talon, and while Sora's digging the graves, I'm like scratching on one of the biggest rocks, like the symbol of the red axe on it,
Okay.
to give like little headstones to place, kind of do something that seems to represent each person. So the axe, black feather, like armor, and something artistry with for the artisan.
Okay.
I just want to point out you took my main combat dagger to scratch rock.
You chose to give me Talon.
It's my only dagger.
The whole time you're doing this, Liam's just off in the corner, like completely stressed out.
If she damages it, Liam, I can fix it for you.
Not the point.
All right, so it takes a good hour and a half for you guys to dig these new graves, to resettle them, to chew off the vultures that keep trying to come down. Um,
In that time, I'm going to take my dagger back.
okay.
Flick's just gonna pass drinks around to anyone that needs one.
Sora wipes their brow and reaches out. Is it water?
I do not carry much in the way of water. I keep ale on hand because it keeps better.
They'll take it anyways. They're parched. Take a drink and then thank you, Flick.
Of course. Flick toasts, takes a drink, and takes both back.
Oh, after placing like the headstones, after Sora finishes, kind of just stand back and kind of bow my head and give her a little prayer to each of them.
Kendra will do the same, holding on to her pendant.
All right. As you do this, Sora will stand next to Rowan and will bow their head and also just give a moment of silence for them.
Flick will sit apart from the group for this. She has no observance of religious practices, but nothing wrong with them. Simply doesn't take part. She pulls on her long pipe as curls of smoke shape into dragons and horses curling above her head.
Okay. Anything else you guys want to do?
I guess. Look around and then head towards our next objective.
Okay.
Yes, if this is indeed part of the delegation, and I think we may even have their cart back in town, we should probably find out what happened to them. I can't imagine it was only 4 people. At the very least, whatever could have taken down such a well-prepared group is something we'd at least want to know about in this area.
Very true. We don't want to end up like them.
The sun is high in the sky at this point. You're coming close to noon now. Um, the vultures have moved on now that they realize their easy meal has been buried quite well. Um, and the smell of the death has been covered up with the freshly dug earth as well. So they have moved on, and the hills seem quite peaceful.
In light of drawing more ire towards Red Lodge, I suppose we should think about perhaps moving towards Beliard to investigate this delegation and their disappearance.
Sure. I see no reason not to. Red Lodge was fine and dandy to be at for a good bit, but we do need to move on if we need to.
I will admit the trail feels a little stale in Red Lodge, and it's easy for one to get restless there.
Did none of us speak to Valley Vow?
What was
I don't
that?
think so.
Did none of us speak with Valley Vow?
No.
No.
Dang. Because remember I mentioned Flick.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Flick had already purchased things from him a previous day.
And the wagon works. The wagon works.
I mean, I assume that we could always come back to.
It's not like we're never coming back to Red Larch.
Yeah.
Not gonna blow up while we're gone, I hope. DM.
They had so many zombie problems. They launched a tactical nuke.
Oh no. Not again.
We
I
have
guess
the
how
Black
far
Arrow.
away, like,
If there's
travel,
more
how many
zombies,
days
they should come with
travel
us.
is Belliard?
um.
Looks like a rather straight shot through the wider valley on the map, up to that bridge.
Let's see if I can determine that.
So we went east. Red Larch was around here.
It's about 39 miles if you do a straight shot. If
We can go
you
through the valley.
continue back to the Cairn Road and then take the Desserin Road, which starts here and then goes north, according to the map anyways, you'd hit Belliard right around here. And
I don't see where you're pinging.
Yeah, I don't see a ping.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
We're
Are
just
you-
looking. The only thing labeled on this map is the long road.
Okay. So currently you are right here. Can you see that?
No.
No.
Oh, because I'm on GM overlay. Here we go. So currently you are right about here.
Okay.
So yeah, we should make our way east to the river and then take it north.
And you are wanting to get here. If you take the Cairn Road, which is right about here, down to there, you'll hit the Cairn Road, and then down here is where the Desserin Road meets it, and then heads north.
31.
That's
Is
quite
this
a
Red
ways out of
Larch
our way.
here?
Huh?
Is this Red Larch right here?
No. This is Red Larch.
Oh, okay.
I think if this is mostly grasslands, we're probably better suited just heading east to the river and taking it north.
I would agree. We could follow on the river.
That's how I got the yacht around when I admit I was on a barge. It was a rather uneventful journey then.
Along the way, I can catch some fish for us, since I grew up the daughter of a fisherman. I can. When we need to stop for lunch or something.
When I can make a rather fine fish fry, I'm sure we'll be quite delighted.
All right, so you guys are going to head towards the river.
Kendra, you keep grinning. What are you doing?
Nothing.
What are you planning for, sir?
I'm just realizing where we are. Nothing.
Kendra's
Nothing for
metagaming.
right now.
Metagaming.
Nothing for right now.
All right, so you guys are headed this way?
Mm, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Any objections, Liam, Kendra?
Nope.
To the river.
Okay. Did we bring our horseless wagon?
No.
It's not even really our wagon.
We have so many reasons to go back to Red Larch.
We don't have a Goliath that can just pull around a wagon.
We don't have horses. I don't think they will give us horses. I don't think they have horses.
How can you have a wagon work, 2 wagon works, and no one that sells horses?
I don't know. It's an in-between stop.
Well-
They're gonna assume you have horses.
You know what they say, you know? It's a two-horse town. And they're both being used.
Wow, God.
All right. So you guys start heading northeast a bit, and it's going to be
Wait, is that actually northeast, or are we just looking at the map wrong again?
no, it's northeast.
Oh, there's the compass.
Yeah. Now, as you guys start heading down the hill and you start heading across the grasslands, you can see off to the north more. The area turns quite canyon hilly, like lots of rock. You know there's a lot of indentation and such, but you can't really see it as much. But it's a lot of browns and reds and yellows off to the north area. It's quite. It's not mountainous, but it's some steep hills and very rocky. And you guys are kind of skimming right along it to get towards the river. Let's see.
All right. It shouldn't be too bad. I hope.
As we're traveling, Liam, here, I have something you may be able to make use of.
Oh.
Just so you don't get caught too far away from more zombies, I'm going to hand Liam my hand crossbow.
I appreciate it, and I will add it into my inventory.
I feel you may be able to find some good use with this. For those times when you don't have to ride the bear.
Uh, sorry, you're saying?
I'm sorry. Are you guys traveling at a fast pace? Just normal? Are you just taking your time? Are you
Gonna say
stealthing?
Sorry.
normal.
Flick, how many bolts did you give me?
It's just a stack of 20.
You just give me the crossbow. You use it as a bludgeoning instrument. So you don't get to shoot.
I throw it.
Yeah.
I mean, it does say rain.
It's custom built. Please don't abuse it.
Well,
Custom built. It's clutched together out of 2 larger crossbows.
Sora and Rowan ain't stealthing anywhere. So,
We'll
Just go at a
probably
normal pace.
normal
Normal?
pace.
Okay.
We don't want to kill ourselves traveling,
All right.
or have other things kill us.
So it takes you about 3.5 hours. No, about 4 hours. About 4 hours to get there. So you guys get there right around 4 p.m., we'll say. And as you come to you're still in the grassland area. You come across a hill where it starts to steeply go down until you come to the edge of a very wide river. It is a heavily flowing river. It is not one that you would, just looking at, want to cross just like swimming. It's pretty fast flowing. There seems to be a lot of underwater currents going on. I mean, if you want to swim across it, you can.
I
But
put it
it's
fine.
wide.
The river's quite cold. I've spent time in it in the past.
We get to the river. I'm just gonna go over to the banks. Just wash my face. Sweaty. A lot of walking.
Flick's gonna turn to Sora, watching Kendra go down to wash her, and just, it's quite convenient not being one that sweats, isn't it?
You were talking to Sora. What did you
Yes.
say?
It's quite convenient not having to sweat, isn't it?
Yes, I.
Fucking cat.
Although I'm not a fan of the sun just beating on my skin. I mean, I am quite pale. I'm a little worried about sunburn, but yes, I
And
don't need to
scales
sweat.
become sunburned.
I'm not quite sure.
Enough sun to be a bronze dragonborn.
I'm a silver dragonborn. She's gonna
Well,
kill me. I don't know.
I feel like anyone can fry around here to be the pale gray one here.
All right. So you
hot
guys
weather
take a moment. Go ahead.
hot weather on cat person, they're totally at home. Advantage of being tabaxi. Sunlight, Flick's just doing her best to not take it out.
I mean, cats can't.
Liam is whistling Walking on Sunshine.
So you guys kind of take a moment to cool off, splash some water on you. Um, it's fairly peaceful despite the rushing river going past. Across the far bank, you see more rolling hills with more of the brown canyon kind of rock off to the north. And you can see um, further north, there are some structures. It looks like um, on the west side of the riverbank. It's several miles down, but behind that, you see the canyon walls rise up around it where the river has cut through it.
This is a rather large trade thoroughfare for a river. Are there any barges going up and down?
Uh, the time that you have been here, there's not been any.
Bit nostalgic is all. Yeah, I know we haven't gotten to speak much of what brought us all to Red Lodge in the first place, but have any of you had the pleasure to be out of Waterdeep lately?
Waterdeep? No.
Haven't crossed that particular threshold yet. Happy to add it into my worldly experiences.
It's quite the city. Once we've attended our business here, we might follow the river south enough and give it a visit. I have quite a few contacts there that could set us up nicely.
I haven't been to many big cities. Actually, Red Lodge is about the biggest city I've been in.
Very little happens in this part of the world without someone in Waterdeep having heard about it. If you're looking for someone or information, it is not a bad place to start.
Let's see.
I've been to Waterdeep, but I spent most of my time in the Temple Heronius. I don't know much of Waterdeep outside of the temple.
So I
Yeah,
guess
at any rate.
that'll be our next stop after this. We'll have a nice little feline guide.
Just be sure to keep your heads down. Business can be rather aggressive there if you're not prepared for it.
Sure, we can get some discounts.
Oh, you'll be right at home, Liam. Don't worry.
The 5-finger discount?
I mean, I didn't say it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I
I'm,
didn't
s- I'm very confused.
Just be careful not to get too many of those discounts without being a guild member yourself, Liam dear. They don't take kindly on freelance work.
So, do you guys plan to stay here, or where did you want to head next?
It's 4 p.m. and it's spring, so the sun's going to be setting soon.
Well, we can make some progress north along the river.
All right.
All right. Then we head north up the river until it starts to get dark.
Okay. So let's see here.
Because some of us can't see in the dark.
You've got that glowing rock you found.
What about Sora? Sora can't see in the dark either.
Again, you have that glowing rock you found.
So,
And
you
you're
guys,
quite apropos to set things on fire for the rest of us.
at your normal pace, you start heading north. Um, and about as you're going along, you notice that structure you kind of saw off in the distance. It's starting to grow the closer you head north along the river. Um, and the closer you get, and you're traveling about 4 miles, the closer you get, it you start to see it's almost like it's a big stone wall, and it encompasses this corner right about there. Hold on, I apologize. Of the river, right where it comes out of the canyon and it swirls to the bend. There is a wall that comes out across it, and uh, it is a large type of keep, cresting the hillside. It goes up from the bank along the hillside, and you can't see anything in there. There are some slits where the air windows are. Um,
The banners or markings?
nope.
Just to keep?
hmm Yeah, and it
Is
took
there
you
a
about an
gate?
hour and a half to get there. So,
Does it look like anyone is there?
make a perception check.
I'm going to have Flick invent a telescope.
That's a 10.
Okay. You you're looking, staring at those little kind of open slits in the walls, and you don't see any movement that you can tell.
Is there any, hints of fire or flames?
Uh, no, not really. No, it's pretty. The sun is starting to go down, but otherwise, it's you don't see any kind of like flickering lights at this point.
Well, we've nothing to really hide from, and I'm sure they'll see us sooner or later. Should we make our presence known and see if they might entreat us for the night?
What could possibly go wrong?
Flick has traveled the river. Would Flick know what it is?
The building.
Yeah.
Uh, roll a history.
16.
Okay. You may have seen it if you have traveled along the river. You may have seen it in passing, but mostly just the outside of the walls. Um, it's definitely a keep, and you would remember when you passed it a long time ago. There is an entrance along the riverside, but it had a solid iron gate into the actual river where they could raise it up and boats could come in and out. But it did extend a portion into the river. But you don't know what it is.
Are there any gates or entrances on the land?
From where you guys are standing, you don't see any.
Can't imagine they'd be terribly threatened by us if we got closer to say hello.
See no problems here. Carriage is gonna walk up to it. Okay.
We'll
I
do it.
suppose we'll follow the saucer.
Why not?
All right.
Worst case scenario,
Bunker.
and blow them up.
Okay. Let me do this.
Oh. Oh, things are loading. Oh. Oh, I see.
Is it black?
No, I can see
No.
everything.
I see
Why?
everything.
Don't look! Why did the fog not go on there?
I'm not looking. Not looking.
My hat smells bad.
It's a very interesting character sheet.
Oh man. I don't know why it wouldn't do that. Let me try this. All right, I may have to try and figure something out because I'm not sure why it's. Do you mind giving me like maybe 5 minutes to try and figure it out?
Sure.
Sure.
All right.
No problem.
Reminds me of other DM accidentally revealed his played his hand a bit early by visibly rolling initiative for an invisible agent. It rolled funny.
Okay, I can't figure out why that's not working.
Let me open up one of my games. See if I have the same problem or if I can figure something out.
Hmm.
Oh, well, that's interesting. trying to turn it on and asked me if I wanted Fog of War enabled.
Oh, that's actually a good call. Let me go into the.
I just hit reset fog and it covered the entire area on my
Yep.
map.
Okay, I think that was what it was. I needed to hit the settings. Okay. So it should be on for you guys now?
Yep.
Okay,
All I do is a black square.
great. Okay, let me drop you on
Ah, I've become blind.
here.
Yes, sunlight.
All right. So you guys come up to this area and let me reveal this.
That is very small, I guess.
So you can
Okay.
see the tall wall ahead of you, but you can't really see much of what's going on otherwise.
Does the wall have any, battlements or matriculation structure on it?
Uh,
Or straight up?
no, it's straight up. It's straight up along the part where you are.
No matriculations means take cover directly against the wall.
And for the most part, you don't hear much going on beyond the wall. You just hear some bird calls off in the distance. You hear the crash of waves of the river slapping against the stone walls and the parapet.
No gate or anything?
Not from where you're standing. You don't see anything like that.
Oh, they sure don't make it welcoming, do they? About how tall is the wall?
Uh,
Are each of the tiles here like um 10 by 10?
They are. No, they're 5 feet. So you
Okay.
actually should be a little bit bigger.
I didn't think any of us knew the shrink or grow spell yet.
Okay. So the keep walls itself, it does seem a little pockmarked. It looks old and fairly worn. Um, but from where you are, it does look like you can see some new timbers um, in some places where there are columns holding up. The shingles at the top of some of the parapets do seem to like a smattering of some new shingles versus old, so it does look like some repairs are being done. And I apologize, you did see a banner. It's a white banner with a blue gauntlet which flies over the keep.
These different banners and all these different factions.
Does anyone recognize the banner?
I don't know. I'm gonna roll, see if I do.
What was on it? It was a blue gauntlet, but what was the...
White banner, blue gauntlet.
Okay.
What would I need to
History
roll to see if I know? History?
History.
A nat 20.
I got a 17.
Okay.
I got 11. I mean, at this point, Kendra's
I
already
know.
got it, but good to see who we know.
Okay.
I apparently know things, or at least I know it's a building.
At least
They
you
rated
do,
your
because I don't know
content
shit about history.
Man. I'm trying to, for the sake of what this actually is, even though you rolled a 20,
If there's no possible way for me to know what this is, then just that's fine.
okay.
You might just be very, very sure you have no idea what it is.
Okay, so Kendra,
Yes.
as you are looking at this banner, the sound of the waves hitting and the birds almost sounding like seagulls overhead, they seem to numb you to a point where your eyes are drawn solely focused on that banner and the flapping in the wind. And you feel like the world almost moving past you as you singularly focus on it. And your chest suddenly feels like it's being pulled forward. And a warmth spreads through you.
So confused.
Bear with me here. The sound of the water overtakes your senses. To a point that you hear, as it's crashing against the walls, a whisper. Crushing. Crushing. And you hear this whisper saying crushing every time
Crushing.
the waves hit the walls.
Crushing wave?
And that's all you got. And then the world snaps back and you kind of shake your head a little.
Are you alright, Kendra dear?
I have no clue. I'm tired of things entering my head.
Would you like me to take a look? I am a practiced doctor.
You stay the hell away from me.
What have I done to make you so worried?
How many things have blown up from these vials?
Those are very specifically crafted vials, much like your fire is specifically controlled.
Did you have another vision?
Kind of. Yes and no. I was looking at the banner, and it just... everything decided to just stop, existing, kind of. The water was really intense in my head, and I heard someone's voice say crushing, and then a wave would hit, crushing, then a wave, and all I can get from that is crushing waves. That's it.
Liam's gonna go over to the water. And can I roll an investigation check?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's water.
Dihydrogen monoxide.
17.
It is my professional opinion that this water is wet.
Ah,
So you walk down to the actual bank and you see Liam kind of kneel down next to it and hover his hand over it a moment before he places it on the water. And it's water. And you can kind of see some fish off under the water before they see you and quickly swim off.
No, no, like signs of people. No, like I don't know.
Kinds of people, it's next to a wall.
Fair enough.
Are you
Fair enough.
like looking for footsteps? Are you looking for like instruments, clothing? What are you looking for?
Let's say footsteps and maybe the what it would look like if a boat was brought ashore, a la Game of Thrones. They had those secret like entrances the boats were pulled up to.
Okay.
Which, by the way, a horrible season last season, but just feel like I need to say that.
All right. So you're at the edge. And you can kind of see the edge where the water seeps out and everything hits the wall there. Roll a survival check for me.
That's a 10.
Okay. I mean, you see quite a few like footprints, smatterings of them here and there, but the ones closer to the bank, they've just been washed away. There's a lot of driftwood along the bank, rocks, pebbles.
That's this. You said the wall is like weathered and has been repaired in some places?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna climb the wall and take a peek over the top.
You
I
want
have
to
a
climb the
climbing
wall?
speed of 20. Sure.
All right. Make athletics.
For
Yeah.
climbing speed.
Well,
Make-
Felix climbing. Can I stare at the banner to see if anything happens to me?
Yeah, go for it.
Did you say make a check or
Yeah, athletics.
can I do acrobatics? I have a natural climbing speed, so
You tend to stay on trees.
my racial feat's got to be useful for something.
Athletics is more for climbing.
Sure. Even with my -1, that comes to an 18.
Okay. So let me remind myself how tall this thing is.
How many stories is the keep?
You can't really tell from where you're at.
No, I'm just saying, like, to help determine how tall it is.
Uh,
I'd say guesstimate.
so it's about a from where you're at, it's about a 20-foot wall. Where are you climbing up?
Um, right here in the corner.
Okay, so up the north wall or around the parapet, the round part?
Up the north wall, but close to the tower.
Okay, so it's about 20 feet.
Should we yell and say, "Hey, hello"?
I'm going to
Anyone
take a
there?
peek over the top first, then we can
Okay.
yell.
So
Don't yell at someone carefully climbing.
you guys watch Flick, who is able to scale the side of the wall, finding little handholds here and there of areas that have yet to be patched up. And
How would Assassin's Creed roleplay?
she peeks over the edge of it. And how far is your line of sight?
With or without dark vision?
Without right now.
I don't really know how far default line of sight is.
Line of sight is line of sight.
Okay.
I'd imagine infinite, unless something is blocking it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, if nothing's in the way, then I should be able to see it.
Oops. So you see this wall is what you have crested on top of. And there are some steps to the left that go upwards, just to another part of a wall. And you do see someone standing there looking towards the north, in armor. There is a courtyard to the front, which let me see if I can get.
Does the guy in armor look official or like scraggly, like he shouldn't be there?
No, he's got like well, I mean, it's a mix of like kind of metal and leather. There's probably more leather than actual metal armor. But
I
he's
roll a stealth check to stay hidden on the wall.
yeah, go for it.
That's in stealth. That's
Is there a
19.
Wait, what did you roll?
19.
19. Yeah, you stay hidden. So he does not see you. You just kind of hear some humming off to your left.
What can I make of the embankment structure on the tower on the right?
On the right, you see a door that leads into the rounded tower area.
Hmm.
Oh no, I'm sorry. There's no door. There's no door. I apologize. It's just the rounded wall.
Well, since I'm staying moderately hidden, let's try to keep going up. We'll shift focus and go up to the top of the parapet.
Okay, so you are going to head up to the top. Go ahead and make another athletics.
That's a 13.
Okay, so you are able to get up to the area where the roof juts over. At that point, you're not quite sure how to get above it without losing a good hand grip. So you're just under the actual roof of it.
This is where Spider Pot comes into play, which is going to quietly clamber off of Flick's back and go up over to the roof.
Okay.
The rest of the way. Well, Flick is going to. Is there any windows or arrow loops or anything?
Not in the side that you're on. Not that you're seeing. So Spider Pot climbs up to the top. Now, do you see what Spider Pot does, or?
It's basically a familiar.
Okay. So Spider Pot climbs up the shingled roof. It's a very domed, coming to a point a cone shape, and he also sees areas where there are patches of new shingles versus old ones, um, and is able to get to the very top. At the top, he sees there is the river to the east, um, and to the north there is the courtyard. So off to the just to the north, the left, there is this big open area at the very bottom, um, that you could already kind of see. But you see where some big steps, and let me reveal that so you can see it. Okay, so you see some boats, and some steps leading down into this area where a boat can basically kind of dock and people can exit and come into the keep. Um, there is another area where there are some more boat area. There's another large boat down here. And then the iron gate just to the northeast, which is currently closed.
Can I see anything about what's at the top of these stairs?
Which ones?
Uh, the, these ones. Just closer to the boat.
Yes. So you see more of the building wall in a path from the stairs.
So is this building higher than this tower?
Hold on, let me zoom out. What was it?
Is this building area taller than this tower?
No. No. The point that you're on is there are 4 parapets. The one you're currently on top of, the one directly west, the one directly north, and then there's one in the left-hand corner, basically, northwest. And those are the tallest points, and they're all equally tall. All the rest of the forms are lower.
We're gonna... While I'm hanging here at the top of the wall, I'm going to affix a rope to it and slide back down. Is the wall top crenellated, or
Is it what?
is it crenelles? The crenelles and merlons, what battlements?
Oh, no. There, I would say it's probably.
This looks like it's got battlement structures as
Oh,
far as
like the. Okay, yes, it has those. I'm sorry.
the gaps between them are crenelles. The high parts are called merlons,
Okay.
and together they're crenellations.
Okay. Yeah, they're there.
So Flick's gonna loop one around one of the merlons and go back down with the rope.
Okay.
As close to the tower structure as she can, so it's fairly hidden.
Okay.
Wouldn't to be not as easily noticed.
Okay. And is Spider Pot coming down with you?
Oh yeah, it's returning to its position on Flick's backpack.
Okay. So you make your way back down, and the rest of your group are there.
Well, there appears to be a guard along the wall, but he didn't notice me taking a look. There's a bit of a courtyard leading to a small dockyard just behind the gates here. It didn't look like any direct way that I could see to go inside from this side of the wall. Seems like a bit of a poor design. You'd think there'd be a sally port or something.
Well, you said there was a guy up there, right?
Yes. Did
Perhaps
you
we
want me
could...
to throw him down here for you?
I don't know if they take it too kindly to find someone on top of their wall. So
At
maybe
the
we
very
just...
least, I was hoping to get a better idea of what was here.
Maybe we could try to yell and get his attention. Maybe there's another way around.
Yes,
Look
there is
at
some
the,
other way to get their attention.
when I look at the banner, is there a specific check that you want me to do to see if I get the same effect that Kendra had?
Um,
+1 banner of hypnotism.
yeah, if you're looking to try and recognize what it is.
I'm more looking to see if I feel anything happen to me.
So far,
I guess do an investigation. Or no, do a perception. Do a perception.
so far I've had a vision of fire
Hey,
and
I
water.
got-
All I need next is earth and wind.
A grand total of 5.
You stare at it very, very hard, and it's flapping. You hear the waves, you hear the birds, but you don't sense anything right now. Not to the extent that Kendra explained.
She's just force sensitive.
Buck's going to go over to another part of the wall where there isn't a somewhat sneaky rope hanging down and say, Kendra, would you like to try to get that fellow's attention? I think you may have pipes better suited to that than me.
Sure, where is he?
Just above the part of the wall above this hill here.
Okay. Is this looks... Could I be able to cross it just fine, or...
No, that is an area that is a steep incline.
Oh, it's going up. Okay.
Yes.
Then, alright, I'm gonna stand on this rock. And gonna yell out, "Hey! Is anyone there? We're kind of lost and tired."
A few moments later, you hear some kind of grumbling, like, what the fuck? And some feet slapping on stone. And then you see a face peek through the cremel? Through the stone partitions. And looks over and almost does like a double take. You see him kind of stand there and then look around him for a moment. Very confused. What do you want?
We're trying to get up the river, but this keep is kind of in the way.
Well,
could we possibly be let
go
through?
around it.
There's
Ow!
water around.
Head west.
Why can't we just go through here?
Because this is a wall.
Then throw a rope down.
Do people just normally come to your home and just demand to walk through it so they can get to the other side?
Well, they don't need to demand to walk through it. We don't have giant walls.
To be fair, you did build blocking, a rather convenient method of travel.
We didn't build this. We're just occupying it for the moment.
Well, you're not being a very good host. I would very much appreciate it if you would let us through.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay.
Very confused bandit camp.
That is a... My brain stopped. 23. Okay. I had to figure out what 18 plus 5 was.
Okay. So he looks down at you. And after a moment of just completely befuddled expression, he's like, all right, head around and at least head around to the front gate. And I'll talk to the
Where?
boss. He makes a gesture. West! Head around to the gate to the west. And you hear him grumbling, trying to frickin' as he disappears back across the behind the wall.
I'm just gonna send my pot flying up to recollect my rope before.
Did he mean up this? Up this big
Yeah,
hill?
rest.
Well,
Cat
That's
cat
kind of
climbing
awful.
skills deploy. It's gotta be easier to climb than the wall.
It is. You can make an athletics check, but it'll be easier.
7.
7?
is that easier?
The dirt is quite loose here. And I don't even know how to explain that. You aren't able to do it. The dirt
I
is loose enough.
climb!
You make an athletics check. Anyone that wants to try and scale it, make an athletics check.
I'll try. Why not?
11!
All right.
Athletics. Okay.
I'm just gonna do it again. It's not like I'm injured. 18.
13.
Kendra and Liam, you're the only two that are able to,
Yeah.
I tried again and got an 18. It's not like I injured myself.
with
You gotta
disadvantage.
do it for Sora.
If you're trying it again, you gotta do it with disadvantage.
All right.
You gotta roll for Sora.
Still an
That's the way
18.
she does it.
Still an 18? Okay.
I rolled a 19 and a 20.
All right. So Kendra
Gotta
and
roll for Sora.
Liam and they rolled a 6. 7. They rolled a 7.
Huh.
So Rowan and Sora, you guys are trying to scrabble it. You both are in gear that's not really meant for this type of thing. And
I'm gonna throw a rope down the slope towards them.
all right. Kendra, Flick, and Liam, you guys are able to scale this fairly steep dirt wall.
You're damn right.
And you guys help the others up.
I'm athletic. I can do this.
I mean, you're the sorcerer, so you got all the charisma too.
It's so hard being strong with a pretty face.
And you're the one who doesn't want to keep seducing all these farmers.
Of course not. They're gross. I tried it once and that turned out terribly. He was gross.
We'll keep that in mind next time we need a wagon.
And I very subtly trip Kendra.
What? I'm sorry, repeat that?
Subtly trip Kendra. Because
Trip.
of what Kendra's-
Okay.
Because of what Kendra's saying right now
About ugly farm boys?
about the athleticness and all that.
Oh,
I feel like Kendra needs to get knocked down a few pegs.
let's see here.
Between the two of you, by the end of this day, your pegs are going to be flush with the pavement.
Yeah. Liam, you make an athletics and actually no, Liam, make a stealth. Make a stealth.
Stealth. Okay.
Please no.
That is a 12.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
Well, it wasn't
Kendra,
a subtle trip.
I'm sorry?
Kendra, make a dexterity saving throw.
That is a 9.
Okay. So as you're talking about your pretty end strength, all of a sudden
Make a check to catch Kendra before she face plants.
yes, make a acrobatics.
This should become a Rube
21.
Goldberg machine.
As Kendra is talking about her strength and her beauty, uh, all of a sudden she just flails forward, eyes wide, and Flick, without even not even paying attention, just flings an arm out and catches her before she hits the ground and is able to right her.
I'm getting used to this shit.
All right, so you guys are headed towards the front.
Yes.
Yes.
By the way, I just realized when I was looking at my equipment, Flick, thanks for the crossbow, but I realized I have a short bow. I've had one this whole time.
The hand crossbow is probably more suited to you. It's
Not-
more the swashbuckly rogue kind of thing, I think.
I'm just kind of like in awe of the fact that I forgot I had a crossbow. That I've had one since before the game. So wow, I need to really be on top of my equipment. Anyway, Kendra didn't fall, but Liam is going to point out, be careful there, Mr. Athletics. Like looks like you're a little lacking in balance.
I think that'd be lacking in hair.
Yes, we know what you do to his clothes now and then, Kendra. Let's just move on.
All right, so you guys make it to the front of this building.
Now that we've just horribly confused some guard.
Yes.
I think he thinks that I'm dumb, which I can work with that.
I mean, you are the country farm girl. Just lay on the accent a bit thick.
All right, so as you guys come up to the front of this building, you do see a gate in front of you, but it is very thick and it is down. Up above, you see a small slit in the upper portion, and you see that same bandit stick his face through.
Oh, you called him a bandit.
Yeah, I did. All right, hold on a second. Boss is gonna let you through, and after a few seconds, you hear the cranking of metal as the gate is lifted up. And there is an area in front of you. Sorry, I'm so slow at this. Okay. So there's a little like court area that you can walk forward to with stone flooring, and then another set of gates, uh, bars straight ahead. And you can see the
Alright.
courtyard beyond.
Just walk in.
I suppose I'll stick with Kendra to try to make sure she doesn't get killed or anything.
I'm very confident in
Or
myself.
ends up on a date in a wagon again.
Very confident in myself. I have double the HP I had last time I went down.
Okay. So
Why would you say that?
all right, as you guys enter the area, you hear a voice from above call down. Who are you and what are you doing here?
My name is Kendra Herder. Me and my compatriots are coming through here just to go up the river. This keep was in our way, so we thought why not pass through?
Most people generally go around,
I'm not most people.
clearly. Is there something you want to do in our keep?
No,
Not
no.
particularly, I don't care.
Now, Kendra dear. It's gotten quite late, and we were hoping for possibly a safe place to bed down for the night. I would
Oh,
be
yeah.
happy to offer some services in payment if you need anything mended, repaired, or generally restored.
I mean, if you're
Yeah,
looking,
that.
if you're needing a place to sleep, bed down for the night. We've got extra rooms.
Cool.
Yes,
But my
we'd be-
question would be, where are you headed? What is your business?
We're traveling north along the river, investigating some disappearances of sorts and other strange happenings in the area. We've thus far dealt with things such as necromancy and zombies and other unsightly folks of such nature. We're hoping to get to the bottom of it soon.
Necromancers and zombies, huh?
There was quite an incident in Redslot not so long ago.
That's a shame. Well, come on through. We'll give you some bedding for the night. You can't be just roaming around, though. So the rooms that you're
Okay.
given, you'll need to stay in. Understand? This is a keep,
Yeah.
after all.
Understood. It's quite clear this is a military installation after all.
All right. So,
Important question.
uh-huh.
European or African swallow?
Pink, no blue.
Or on a keep, I couldn't help it.
Oh man.
I'm just picturing the overlooking over
I
the
know,
edge.
that's all I could
Yeah.
think of with him looking over the edge too.
You didn't do the... I farted your general direction.
Oh my gosh. All right.
Oh yeah, one more question. What does that banner mean outside?
It's the keep spanner.
What does it mean?
Honestly,
What's the name associated?
we don't know yet. We're still investigating the keep. We've occupied it
Neat.
recently. That was the banners we found in the area, so we've started raising them.
Cool. That's all.
As soon as we know, we'll be sure to let you know.
Perfect. It's exactly what I expect.
Uh-huh. And you hear him whistle, and the bars start to raise.
I feel like I need protection tonight because they're going to kill me.
Now, you can't assume the worst of everyone you meet, Kendra.
I'm assuming both the best and the worst.
All right.
Maybe keep those thoughts to yourself.
Okay. So you guys enter into the court area, and you are met by. Hold on, I gotta find.
Diplomacy without fire, it goes well.
Yeah. You were met by this. Let me find his description. I apologize. I was not expecting you guys to go this route. All right. So this guy walks up to you, and he's decked out in armor. And as he walks up, you can hear it kind of chinking, but you're used to the sound with Rowan and Sora. Name's Grimjaw. What are your names?
I'm Kendra Herder.
Flickering
Herder?
Mountain. It's a pleasure to meet you, Grimjaw, but you may just call me Flick.
All right. The others?
Rowan.
Rowan? Sora introduces themselves.
You can call me Jude.
June?
Jude.
Jude.
Mhm.
He kind of
But
gives
the
you a
rude.
side look. All right. If you guys will follow us, I'll get you over to one of the bunk areas. And he will take you. Let's do this.
So you guys haven't occupied this place much, have you?
Not long. Previous
You know about the weird
occupants.
noises?
Huh?
You know about the weird noises?
Weird noises. What weird noises?
Ah, nothing's probably nothing.
Okay. Have you been hearing sounds of the sea?
Oh, so you do know about them. Yes, I have.
Yeah, they hit against the wall continually. That's what the river does.
Hmm.
Don't
I
mind
didn't
her.
know that wave sounded like speaking.
She's from the field. She's not familiar with the waters.
He seems genuinely interested. The wave spoke to you.
It could just be nothing. I'm from a small hamlet, not near rivers like this, so it's probably just the waves. It's making noise I'm not used to. But it did sound like speaking. Anyway, I'll be off to my room. Where is it supposed to be?
Follow me, and he will take you north. Let me reveal your area.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Well, this map's
My
not
name's
bigger than I thought
Holger,
it
by
was.
the way, and he's got that same guard from earlier following him as he leads you north. You do see a couple more individuals on top of the wall. And he takes you up the stairs into into a door right about there, and into an area where there is some bunks. And he walks over to a chest and pulls it open and pulls out some spare blankets, bedding. I apologize. There's only 3 beds. Most of the beds here were occupied, and I can't very well just give up the beds of my men for
Perfectly
strangers
understandable.
that
We
are.
were just we were more
You
hoping
should be
for a
fine.
solid roof and walls. The beds are simply a bonus.
All right. And he hands the bedding over. There is a commissary just to your out this door. He points off to the area Rowan is currently standing. Um, there's some food in there if you need any. But I would ask if you would just stay confined to this area. We're still under a lot of construction. It's not safe to be walking around, especially with my men not knowing who you are.
Of course, and I'd feel bad if I did not at least offer. If you have any use for someone who could repair tools or weapons or armor, just let me know, and I'll do what I can while we're here.
That sounds very generous. Thank you. Um, where are you guys headed?
Uh, the town that I cannot remember the name of. Beliar.
Are you headed to Belliard? What for?
Yes, we've news of a lead up there, of some disappearances that we're tracking down.
What kind of disappearances?
I received a missive that a delegation was on its way towards Waterdeep, and they're just looking to see what's happened to them and what might have become of what they were carrying.
Interesting. Well, uh, anything else we can do for you?
You've been most gracious hosts. I think we are all set for the time. If you do need anything of us, just let us know.
Very good. I hope you don't take offense, but I will be posting a guard outside your room.
I see no offense with that.
All right. And he has a brief conversation with the guard before he heads out. And the guard just kind of nods to each of you before heading out the door as well.
Now we have lodgings at the Bandit Castle.
Just so I know, that little red gray square, is that a door to the right and above, or is that something else?
Right here?
Those are doors.
Right here
Oh,
and
that's
here.
a door. That's a
Those are-
door.
Those are doors.
Yeah.
Okay. Where is the guard posted right now?
Outside.
Okay.
Sorry. Right here.
Oh,
Did say there were food and possibly bathrooms out there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm realizing out of character, this is probably not a good sleeping arrangement for Liam.
This door to the north. Is it locked?
You want to try opening it?
Yes, please.
Okay. So you jiggle the handle and it opens easily.
Okay. Let me go in this room.
I'm just going to close the door behind Liam to not offend our hosts quite so readily. Roll them stealth checks, Liam.
All right, so you come into a room where it looks like it's a kitchen of sorts. There's quite a bit of food, barrels with food in it, ingredients. There's meats hanging from the ceiling. There are 2 stove areas, ovens off on the side wall where there is a pot boiling.
kitchen, you say?
I'm going to go through this top door. If it's not apparent, I'm going to sneak around the castle right now.
Well, I assumed that's what was happening,
Yep, that's what's going to happen right now.
One
and I
Flick wants
really
to
want
close
to
the
come with
door.
you.
I don't know why they're here. They're not being very forthcoming, and I don't like this. So I'm going to go see what I can find out.
Oh Lord.
You know, telling us would have been great.
Well, Flick has a kitchen and knows what she's doing. Time to make dinner.
So
Yay!
you come out of that door and you hear a, "Hey, we said you're supposed to stay in the rooms. You must have a short memory."
Go up to him, and I say, "What? What happened?" Well,
The bathroom.
I'm trying to think of a clever way of saying this, but essentially, I'm going to um, ask him if 20 gold is enough to forget that he saw me.
Say that again?
Is 20 gold enough to get him to forget that he saw me?
Is
It's
20 gold enough to make him forget that
Oh.
he saw him?
Oh, make a persuasion check.
How soundproof are these doors? Like, can we hear the guard yelling, "Hey"? At Liam.
They're wooden doors in
Okay, so-
stone walls.
That's natural 20.
Okay. He takes the gold. He's he's bewildered. Are you wanting to join up?
Just looking around before I make any decision.
I mean, I can't just let you walk around. But if you're willing to give me this gold, I'd be happy to show you around.
Let's go.
All right.
Just look at Rowan after hearing all that. Just what?
During this time, Flick has tools out and she's making dinner for the entire castle.
The
She's
entire
probably a better
castle?
cook. Oh yeah, they got food supplies. She has proficiency and all of the tools.
I'm burning through my gold tonight.
All right.
Yeah.
So
I'm just looking back at Kendra, just shaking my head as well. Like, Liam does what Liam does.
So he says, out that door goes back into the courtyard.
DM, where is Sora?
Dora was left behind at the gate.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry.
One thing I would like to do is make the best possible food, but using my alchemy tools and supplies, lace it all with sleep-aiding medications.
Okay.
What if they're not? What if they're not bandits and they're just nice people that are letting us stay here? I'm just being a monumental bitch
That's
to
why
them.
it's not immediate knockout. I want to just, when they go to sleep, more sleep.
So while I'm with this guy, I want to strike up a casual conversation with him. You know, where you come from? What brought you here? You know, what are your dreams in life? Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Got any kids?
What exactly are you guys doing here in the first place? I mean, it seems pretty out of the way.
Out of the
Well,
way, on a major trade thoroughfare.
honestly, I was pretty lost in life for the most part. Pretty much having to scrape by to try and survive. Doing what I can. To be honest, I'm not proud of the things I've always done. But Grim found me here, found me out down south. Said he was looking for people to join up, help keep this place, build it back up. What can I say? I get free meal out of it. Brought you here.
Much the same. I'm a traveler. I go where the winds take me. Today they brought me here. Maybe I'll join up. I've been looking for work. What exactly is Grim doing around here? I don't like to know what I'm doing for my paycheck.
I mean, I-
20 gold is a little pricey for a tour.
we heading out the doors or we going up?
Why don't we go up?
All right.
We can take a stroll in the air later. For now, let's look around the castle. But you haven't answered my question.
Which one?
What exactly is Grim doing here?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't. I think he's probably just trying to make a buck by having a rebuilding this port as a layover for the barges and stuff going through. As a, I don't know, maybe a safe place, a safe port. It's not always the safest river to be traveling down. There are a lot of bandits along it.
So would you say that you guys are protecting the area from bandits?
Maybe. We really haven't had any visitors other than you lot that wanted to come through it.
Right, chum. I didn't catch your name before.
Uh, Garb.
Guard?
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear about the world according to you.
Uh, yeah. So let's head up these stairs here. That'll
Okay.
head up.
I'm a little surprised though. It seems like you're a little confused as to what exactly you're getting your meals for. What exactly have you been doing here?
I mostly
A-
just guard
As
the
we keep talking.
walls. Now and then I help with the re- repairs. I've done some shingle work. I'm not real good with the stone work as much, but I'm good at gardening.
It
So
does look like it does look like a lovely courtyard.
yeah, I bring up pails of water, garden the area, and he takes as you guys are having this conversation, you head up the stairs. And in case you're
Um,
upper left hand corner of the map.
Thank you. Very lost.
Yeah.
Sure.
So this way, Liam. And he kind of
Thank
walks you up.
Wait. I told him my name is Jude.
Jude, this way, Jude.
Hey, Jude.
So,
What do we have here, Garp?
so he points, kind of wraps his knuckles on the door to the south and said, "This is more like a barracks. There's several people in there that guards and stuff, other people like us. They're hanging out in there." And then he wraps his knuckles on the door just north. This here's a library. And then he walks you to this door, which he doesn't open, nor does he touch it. That's the Lord's chamber.
Is that where Grim sleeps?
Yeah. He's not technically a lord, and he doesn't claim to be a lord, but he said that's technically what this room used to be called, so we just left it as the lord's room. Chambers.
How many people are in this castle right now? How many brothers in arms would I have?
I'm not so good with the numbers thing. I don't
Is
know.
it more than the fingers you have on your hands?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Is it more than 2 sets of fingers on your hands?
Yeah.
Is it less than 5?
Is what?
Okay, I thought so.
Processing power exceeded.
Can I roll an investigation check in each of those rooms that we passed by?
You want to actually go in them?
Maybe not the barracks.
Huh?
Those people there. Maybe not the barracks with those people there.
You want to head into the library?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if you really want to head, you can go into the library. I wouldn't go into the barracks. There's a bunch of people
if
in there
you're
unless you
gonna
want
be
to
stuck
say
in a room
hi.
overnight, we're gonna be stuck in a room overnight. I'd like something to read.
Yeah, okay. So he opens the door and leads you in.
Really suspicious that you mentioned your ability to read, wanting to sign up with bandits.
So when you come into that room,
We don't know their names yet.
there are old bookshelves lining the walls of this room. Most of them are empty, though. There is one old shelf that has been cleared and restocked with a selection of tomes. There is a single bunk under the narrow window at the far end of the room. Near a small desk, there is a wooden chair and a chest, and the floor does look wet.
I'm gonna roll an investigation. Here I go. Dice don't screw me. That is investigation 15.
And what are you looking for?
Any books that might be out of place in a place like this, start. Then, very. Oh, God, he's right here with me. I say I want to check the papers on that desk.
The only books you see are the ones on that one shelf that has all the rest of the shelves are cleared off. And there's the several tomes on the one shelf, and that's it.
What tomes are they?
Nothing really that kind of jumps out at you. They look like old kind of sailors tome, like stories and such. Looks like there's one about a giant whale. They kind of look like old books, stories more or less.
So nothing's like popping out to me at this point.
Just with a sweep of the room with your eyes, other than just kind of what we had already generally described, no. If you're wanting to really look in deeper, your companion's going to get a little suspicious.
Okay. Uh, all the things I want to figure out how I would phrase this and how I would do this. Because I'm about to do something potentially really stupid. As is my way of doing things.
Okay.
Pocket sand. Ah.
More like I want to punch him in his solar plexus.
You're gonna. Did you say you're gonna punch him?
In his solar plexus, which would knock him out.
Okay.
Trying to knock him out.
But can I do that without instigating combat and calling other people? That's the important part here.
Directly across the room from the barracks.
A legit
Um,
sneak attack.
okay.
How many sets of fingers do you have to fight against, Liam?
Apparently more than 2 sets, but he's also confused by the concept of 5. So I don't know.
Okay, so make a make a attack unarmed strike. Sorry.
I'm going to point out again, my whole goal here is to knock him out in one punch. If I can't do that, I don't want to start a fight with him.
You won't know if
You
you can do
won't
it
know
until you try to
unless
do it.
you roll the right number.
Okay. Well,
D&D at its finest.
because my concern is I don't want to fuck it up for everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
We have no idea what you're doing. We just know you went off somewhere with a guard.
You know what? I'm gonna hold my. I'm gonna hold it. I'm gonna hold it.
The agent of chaos holding in the chaos? What world is this now?
A world where I don't know how many people there are here, and Liam is not one for. He's for chaos, but he's not one for chaos that could get him killed.
So
Out of character, I'm just totally like, do it.
Garb's kind of hanging off to the side, just kind of looking around the room. You really like books, huh?
I love them. I love them. Back on my old farm, the only thing I could do was read stories of adventure. Hear stories of adventure. Books are a good way to escape whatever small world you're in. I'd argue that they inspired me to these books and other stories.
Yeah,
You
I he looks a little embarrassed. I can't really read. But there's walks over to the shelf and he pulls a thin one off and holds it out and says, "But I can do this one." He opens it and it's full of like drawings and stuff. He's like, "I can't really read the words on it, but the pictures on there are really, I don't know. I guess I've always thought it'd be really neat. Maybe someday."
well, Garb, come join me, and I go to the bunk. I just take the book and I start reading it to him.
He's hesitant to join you on the bed for a moment.
Garb. This is nothing untoward. I just want to share the gift story with you.
And thus he became the bard.
Okay. I mean, no one's ever really wanted to read to me before.
I think reading is important for everyone. Come on. And I just start reading the book to him.
He sits down next to you and kind of shoulder to shoulder, and as you're read, you can see his eyes kind of bouncing between what he's currently reading aloud and the pictures and trying to correlate the words with what he's seeing on the page.
I looked for like 2 minutes to answer a question. Now I hear Liam is reading to someone.
He's reading a bedtime story to an adult man.
Oh my god.
Sitting next to each other on a bed, reading him a story. Shoulder
So,
to shoulder.
while this is happening, by the way, what are the rest?
Cooking dinner. Trying to make enough food for the people that are apparently here.
Okay.
Um,
Do you want me to roll like a check on tools or something? I got all the proficiencies you could possibly.
No, you're fine. As you're
can I-
cooking, now and then we'll see people kind of pop in and out. Um,
Oh, hello.
Really popping in there.
yeah, sorry. So yeah, people come in and out. They are a little. They kind of stop for a moment and look at you. Uh,
There's a strange cat monster cooking food in
yeah,
our kitchen.
they're used to not quite recognizing everyone, but then again, new people seem to be coming in here and there. So, and you're cooking dinner, so really, how could that be bad? So they just kind of muck about, getting their own food and stuff together, and eventually one of them.
When they're getting their own food, they get past a plate loaded with, chicken, buttered herbs, potatoes, anything that could find.
The woman says, "Oh, thank you, thank you. Are you new here?"
We're just passing through, offering what services we can for shelter for the night. I hope this is pleasing to the palate.
And she eats some while she's standing there in front of you. This is delicious.
Well, thank you. I'm quite proud of my work. I've traveled rather far and picked up many different recipes.
Where are you from? She's
Oh,
eating.
much far to the south of here. Places many may have not heard of, in the jungles of the Cholt Peninsula. If you've ever heard of Mazdacar or the port of Yankaro.
I think I have heard of Cholt. That's across the sea, right?
Yes, far beyond the Sea of Swords.
I've never heard anyone that's come from there, but I've always imagined sailing on the seas.
Oh, it's a terrible trip. I didn't have the stomach for it and was quite glad to see land once more.
She kind of chuckles. Well, this is delicious. Normally, Gorm's our cook.
Perhaps I'll pass him some recipes before we move on.
And right about then, you hear the door open, and a small, portly, older gentleman with a mess of dark hair uh, comes wobbling in. Hey, what are you doing?
Preparing dinner, and hands him a plate heaped with breaded chicken basted in butter over mashed potatoes.
He takes the plate, inspects it really well, kind of sniffs at it, eh, walks across, sets it down on the table, doesn't really do anything with it, starts putzing around with some other food items off in the corner. I hope you're not using up all the stores here.
Of course not. I got a good feel for how many people were here. A good meal can put everyone's minds at ease and lift the spirits. And of course, I have my own herbs and spices, so you won't have to worry about that being used up as well.
So, the woman, where are you headed?
We're headed north along the river, and it was getting dark, so decided to take shelter here. And dear Grimjaw was kind enough to let us in. We're headed our way up along the river north to the town I can never remember the name of, Belliard.
Why? What's in Belliard?
It's rather what's not in Belliard. We were hearing some rumors of people going missing and a delegation that's vanished that we're looking into. We believe it may have ties to a bit of necromantic cult we've run afoul of more than once here. More in the Red Lodge region.
Oh, well, if you happen to hear of any work up there, maybe if you come back by this way, just pop in.
Of course, if we get the chance, I'm sure we'd be delighted to stop by once more. Grimjaw's been a rather gracious host.
Okay. And she takes the food and pops out. This gentleman walks up and just kind of holds a hand out.
Plate of food. More chicken, breaded, plenty of butter. All the
Thank you.
Dean grade levels of butter on split here.
Thanks. And he walks over to the window and begins to eat his meal while he's standing there. All right. And the rest of you? Rowan? Kendra? You guys doing anything?
I would actually like to have a conversation with Rowan.
Okay. So you guys are left in the room. Sora's in there as well.
It's the 14 HP party.
We've all gone through the same things. It's fine.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Rowan,
I-
I noticed something, and I have kept quiet. But 2 nights ago, or last night, a little bit ago, you seemed a little shaken up about something. Is everything alright?
It's not that I'm troubled. It's just I haven't ever really known who or what I am from a young age. And our bard friend that we have met enlightened me with some details that I have never heard of before. And quite frankly, I'm still trying to understand and wrap my head around it. And don't know if I believe it or not, but apparently I once caught an awesomer, and I have no idea what that means. And it's just left me with more questions than answers.
Quickly, DM, do I know anything about Osmers or anything at all?
Uh,
Has the word ever been said anywhere?
no, not to your
Okay.
knowledge. You may have, maybe at the church, you had heard it in passing, but not enough that you ever really retained anything of what it was. Just the
Okay.
familiarity of a word.
Well, from what I know, an Aasimar is someone good. I've heard the name said before in the church at home. Never with any malice, but always with intrigue. Just something different. Nothing bad, just even good. Mayhaps that's why I get such a calm feeling around you.
Well, I appreciate that. I have spent my life trying to help those around me. Because I never knew my real parents. I was adopted and raised by a lovely couple that gave me an opportunity to be a part of a community in a little fishing town. And they never judged me or looked at me differently. The rest of the town is a different story. Uh, They struggled to accept me, but I think it was more about my looks and not necessarily my actions. But I've always felt drawn to try to understand what I am, who I am, why Heronius came to me to begin with, why I was chosen to fight the evils of the world. And that's part of the reason why I'm here.
I don't know much about a lot of the things you've mentioned, but I do know one thing. I too was in a position where I was different than everyone else. And I was accepted as well.
Right.
So, in a small way, I suppose that we can understand each other, at least at the start of our childhoods. And I hope to understand more about you, Rowan. I truly think that you are a wonderful person, no matter how you look.
Thank you, Kendra. And I look forward to getting to know you better. I know that it might be hard to talk about your sister and other things, and that's why I haven't pried any further. I could tell that it upsets you. But just know that if you need to talk to anyone, I'm here to listen.
Thank you.
When you're ready.
When that day comes. But, on, on part of the good news, since I had heard the term Asimar used in my church, perhaps the next church we go to, we could ask them about it.
That is a great idea. That definitely might help give a little more clarity. Thank you.
I'm always here to be of service and to help. You are a true friend.
As are you. It has been a pleasure to meet you on this journey.
You as well, Sora.
No, no, it's all right. I'm just over here in my corner listening. It's fine.
Writing and judging.
Writing down all your secrets.
Flick, as this conversation's going on, you're noticing more and more people kind of filing in and out of the room, getting plates of food, and then heading back to the main eating area.
Noticing far more unique tokens than I would have expected for a place like this.
hmm Um, and as that's going on, Liam, you come to the end of this little sea shanty fable. Um, and you close the book, and Garb kind of does one of these real quickly, and it's not at all how I expected that tale to go, but it's a good story.
There are a lot more good stories out there. I hope one day to be able to tell mine. Agar,
Yeah.
would you? I know it's a lot to ask, but would you let me look around here on my own a little bit? just to find a story that I think I can read tonight, and maybe another story I can tell you tomorrow. I wouldn't want to spoil the surprise,
Oh,
especially since we're becoming such good friends.
uh, make a persuasion check with advantage.
Okay. What would my advantage be?
Uh, roll twice.
Roll twice, take the higher roll.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna write down what I rolled so I don't forget. 18.
All right. Garb looks really hesitant at first. Just to find a book.
What's the book? I'll even show it to you when I walk out.
All right. I can give you a couple minutes. But you know, try to keep it clean. You know.
No worries about that.
All right. Definitely don't get any stains on the book. And he walks out. You hear the door close behind him gently.
Okay. So, I'm going to look around the entire room.
Pillage time.
All right. So make an investigation check.
Damn it. It was a good one before, too.
Yeah. Yeah, but you had someone right there with you.
I know. Hey, don't screw me. Don't screw me. Don't screw me. Don't screw me. Don't screw me.
Big money, no Emmy.
What was it?
13.
Okay. All right. So as you are looking around the room, you kind of pull back the bed, feel down the couch area there. You check the shelves and everything. One of the bookshelves just kind of catches your eye as being a little off. And as your fingers press against it, you realize there is a secret door where the shelf is.
Interesting.
And as you push the little, the wooden plank, the entire shelf pushes out a bit.
Okay, so there's a secret door, so we're going to have to investigate that later. I'm going to be honest with you, and this is just me, not Liam. I'm going to be really upset if Garb gets in trouble because I've actually come to be fond of this, of this guy.
You make
Point him
decisions.
out, I won't shoot him.
What if in this episode, like, I made friends with Garb, I have like a little girl now that I look after?
Yeah, that's D&D.
It's like, okay. Look back at the secret door later.
So are you leaving it open or?
Oh, I'm going to close it.
Okay.
So I don't want.
You gently push it closed again, and you hear as it locks closed again.
How much time do I have left before Garb's going to check on me again?
Don't know.
Good point. I'm going to really quickly look. Well, no. First, I'm going to grab a book off a shelf. It's going to be a random book. I won't even know what it's called.
Okay.
I'm just gonna grab it,
Uh-huh.
and then I'm gonna look over at the desk and check out the papers.
All right. So on the desk, you just basically you see a bunch of like charts. It looks like there's some papers with some ship logs on it and such, barge names. It looks like possibly just a listing of ships that have docked, have gone past the keep and such.
Is there anything that I might find suspicious?
It's a boat schedule.
You do see the small wooden chest by the bed.
Is it locked?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna use my thieves' tools to open it.
Okay.
And
So
I should mention that I have expertise with thieves' tools.
yeah, go ahead and roll a sleight of hand.
I mean, to make a check with tools, isn't it like roll plus proficiency,
Mm-hmm.
since he's proficient, plus proficiency again because he has expertise?
On top of the sleight of hand.
Well, no, I don't think you do sleight of hand. I think you roll the check with just a d20, and you add proficiency because he's proficient, and double proficiency for expertise because it's a tool check.
Okay.
A tool check would make it a +4, d20 +4.
Okay.
Right now our proficiency is +2.
Does that make sense, Liam? I'm sorry, I don't know anything about the tools. I
D20 plus
apologize.
4.
D20 +4.
I don't know either. I D20 plus 4,
Yes.
Yeah, d20 +4.
and then what do I do? I don't. That's with the expertise, right?
Yes.
Right now our proficiency bonus is +2. If you did not have expertise when trying to lockpick, it would be d20 +2. But since you have expertise, it'd be +4.
Okay. Okay. This is where my being a D&D newbie comes in. Because I have no
Oh,
idea.
good.
You're not the only one that doesn't know things.
I'm
That's
new, but I like
18.
reading rules.
It's an 18.
Okay. So you do your little thieves' tools and you hear that and the lock pops off. And if you open it, you see some silk pouch in there. You see some other pouches that have gold in it. There is a roll of paper, 2 rolls of different paper in there as well.
Are they written on?
Are you going to open them and look at them?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course.
So yeah, you open one and you see some writing on it, and the other one, the first one you roll open, it looks like it's not quite something you're familiar with. It's a little hard to discern, but from what you gather, it looks like it's describing something about moving quickly. And the second one, when you open it, you see glyphs on it. And from what you can gather is it looks like water. And it looks like a wall of it.
Interesting. Interesting. Are they in specific languages? Or are they in common?
They are not a. Yeah, they're in common. The one with the glyphs on it, you wouldn't be able to read unless you can roll for Arcana if you want.
Because I know common, deep speech, elvish, and undercommon. Let's try Arcana. I get a +1 for Arcana, but let's see if this works for me.
Did Liam just find spell scrolls? That smile tells me
Eight.
everything I need to know.
I rolled an 8. So what I'm going to do is I have no idea what these scrolls are, but I'm concerned about them. I'm going to fold them and put them in the book that I'm borrowing,
Okay.
and I'm going to lock it. The gold, we can find more gold elsewhere. But I want to know what this place is all about. So I'm going to close the chest and relock it. Because
Okay.
for whatever, if I need to open it again, I'll open it again later. Would I have to roll another check for my thieves' tools to reopen something that I've opened before?
Uh, it would not be difficult for you by any means. You would, but it would be a much lower DC because you're familiar with the.
Perfect. Okay. So I'm going to take my book. I'm going to walk out of the room and
Garb's
meet up.
there, and
Yep.
he
I show Garth the
looks.
book.
Ah, was that an interesting one?
Out of curiosity, what book did I grab?
It's just a nautical book. You haven't really looked at it other than it just says on the cover, rules of nautical faring.
Good. I was afraid I had grabbed smut. That's what he was commenting on.
Well, he also can't read, so he's just assuming.
Fair. Yeah, no, it's a very interesting one. I think I'm gonna read it tonight. But I think there'll be some stories that you might like, Garth.
Oh
Um,
yeah? Are there good pictures in it? And he holds his hand out.
there are no pictures in it. So
Oh.
what we're going to do is we're going to work on making pictures in your mind. That is where the true glory of storytelling comes in.
Oh.
So let's go. I'm gonna go. Let's go back to the room.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. I don't want to get in trouble for showing you around.
We can do more of the tour later, my friend.
All right. So you two head back down the stairs, and are you headed? So now you're in the commissary area. You see quite a few, a gathering of several individuals. One is sitting at this main table in front of everyone else with a book in front of them, just flipping through it, and everyone else is kind of avoiding him, in a respectful way. Of you get the sense that this might be someone you don't want to just walk up and introduce yourself to.
Oh
No.
god, am I gonna get Garp killed or something for showing me around because I'm walking into this?
Well, this guy is deeply ingrained in whatever he's reading and eating his own food and drinking his wine. He's not paying attention to any of the people around him.
Okay.
So,
Good.
Garb, as you guys get downstairs, he's kind of like, shit. Okay, just be cool. Walk like I do. But, walk,
Pretend you're
walk to the
supposed to
left
be
of
there.
me. And
To the
so,
left.
yeah. And he will take you back into the room area. And you guys are able to successfully get back in there.
Thank God.
All right.
Not gonna lie, like again, this is just me, not my character. I was debating like at some point if I got caught, if this is a relatively new place, how they know that I'm not a new hire. There were plans, but these scrolls need to be looked at.
All
You're
right.
not dead.
Yeah, we've Garb kind of looks at the rest of you. Okay.
Wait, there's one missing.
He pats you on the shoulder. It's good to meet you, Jube. Maybe another time. Yeah.
You're a good man, Garp. I'm glad I've got a friend like you here.
Oh, you too, mate. Maybe one day we'll sail the seas together.
Maybe you'd be the best first mate I could ask for.
Oh, well, pretty sure first mates can read, so
We'll
maybe a
fix that.
deck swab.
We'll fix that, my friend. We'll fix that.
He nods and nods to the others in the room before he heads back out. Oh, sorry if I gotta make sure I keep you guys in here tonight. So no offense. He closes the door behind him.
What the hell was that?
I'm a friendly person, Kendra. I don't know why you find this hard to believe.
No, I know you're a friendly person. It's just what you do after you show that you're friendly is what I'm concerned about.
What do you mean? As I pull out a book and I pull out the scrolls from the book.
Oh my god.
In the meantime, Flick is going to rejoin the group. She's going to place a swift kick to the spider pod as it climbs down from her leg, as the lid on top of it extends up into a multi-tiered tray, loads it up with 5 trays of food, and re-enters back into the room to the south with a billow of, the smell of cooked chicken and smoke from her pipe.
All right.
Did you all need dinner yet?
I 100% forgot if I made Kendra a vegetarian or not.
Don't worry, there's still potatoes here.
I have no idea if that's part of her
I think
character
Kendra
or
just
not.
wants to be offended by everyone.
I guess.
I don't remember that in your background.
No.
She grew up on a farm. She probably ate meat.
Cool.
I mean,
Just don't remember mentioning any farm animals in the backstory. So I was like, oh fuck. Were they just grain? Was it just farming, like with no animals? Oh no.
most medieval farms usually would keep pigs or chickens
Yeah.
for use for
Cool.
meat.
All right.
The
All
most the most common form of meat in medieval period was pork.
Cool. Okay.
But you get chicken because that's what the cat made. That's
So
what the cat
made
dragged
chicken,
in.
huh?
so Flick brings in a tray with 5 trays with stocked with food that he has carefully made. Is this all? Did you drug the food? Was that what you were doing?
It's no.
Okay.
I don't think I really have the resources for that, so I'm just like,
Okay.
no. Everybody gets good food.
Okay.
Maybe they'll look more favorably on us.
All right. So you guys all partake of the food, sit down and have a meal together. Um, you're sitting on the floor or the beds, basically. There's no tables in there really. Um,
Flick sits on the spider pot. It's also a stool.
okay.
So, what are those? What did you bring? You brought a book and papers, Liam.
Yeah, I was hoping you guys could tell me. One of these, from what I gather, is telling me something about moving quick. Concerned that it may be some plans for this location. The other just has a sort of water symbol. Um,
Let me see. Get it.
I give the paper to I give one to Kendra, one to Blake.
Okay, which to which?
Give me the magical one. I'll take a look.
I'll give the water one to Flick and the move fast one to Kendra.
Okay. So, DM, am I right in assuming that this is a spell scroll?
Yes.
What spell is on it? Because I have to see if it's on my spell list.
Haste.
Yeah, it's on my spell list. That's on almost everyone's spell list.
Hmm. You would recognize it. I'm not even gonna make you roll it. You would recognize it as it's a scroll of haste. And Flick, uh, where are you on? Do you? Okay. It's a wall of water scroll.
I don't know who can cast that.
It's a spell scroll. I'm sure I could make use of it.
Wall of water can be cast by druids, sorcerers, and wizards, so I can cast it.
Can anyone cast spells from scrolls, or do they have to be the?
It has to be part of your spell list. So if I'm a level 1 sorcerer and I get handed a scroll of haste, which is 3rd level, I can cast it. It's just a higher DC because it's a 3rd level spell and I'm a level 1 sorcerer. If it's part of your list, like haste, the artificer can cast, you can cast it from the scroll. But
Wait,
Liam, who is not a caster, couldn't cast these.
So, is haste on my list? I think haste is on my list.
Yeah, haste is on your list. It's the sorcerer, wizard, artificer, circle of the land, druid, oath of vengeance, paladin, and oath of glory.
I'll trade you scrolls, Kendra.
All right.
So now Flick
Yes!
has haste and Kendra has
Something to
wall.
put out the fires.
You're welcome.
All right. So you guys partake of a meal together. You have quite the laugh about these spell scrolls and Liam's jaunt. And I think we should probably call it a night at this point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah,
want to say it because I was kind of in it, but it's like midnight.
I
Oh,
know, guys.
wow.
I'm so sorry. Um, so yeah, we'll cut it there for the night. You guys are going to probably pick it up in 2 weeks to discuss where the hell Liam has been. You know he
All
brought
right.
some scrolls, but you just saw him come in with the guard, and they had a moment, and then the guard left, and he produced spell scrolls.
Damn, 6 hours. The last
Oh,
4 went by like nothing.
Oh, good.
wait.
I
Did
have
you get any experience today?
I have potentially a young apprentice, a new best friend. Um, this was gangbusters for my character. Thank you, DM.
It seemed like you and Corbett were getting a little cozy too. Silence.
No, I was looking around because I'm not gonna lie. I have no. That's the bard, right?
Yeah.
Okay, for a second I had no idea who that was. I was like, I don't know if we get close enough because I don't know. I don't remember the name. Bard, okay. No, I hate it.
You're cutting out really bad there, Liam.
Oh, I was saying, no, I hate it.
I feel like everyone does.
Bard. He's been nothing but helpful.
Not everyone hates him. I don't hate him. He's the one that's helped me.
For now.
Flick hasn't had much interaction with him, but she just generally looks favorably upon bards. Because it's kind of part of their culture.
But I will say, in 2 weeks is Memorial Day weekend. Just
Oh.
FYI.
Okay.
I personally don't have anything planned right now, but I just want to let you guys know.
I don't know. I will know if I have a job at the end of this next week.
Okay. We can just kind of
So-
keep a running conversation
Yeah.
about what we can and can't. We'll plan on 2 weeks. I know Maria can't do it next week, so we'll plan on 2 weeks. And then if you guys have vacation that comes up, that's perfectly fine. I mean, it is a holiday weekend, so. But we'll go ahead and end it here tonight. And thank you guys. You did amazing sticking with it. And
Wait, before we
Yeah.
leave. We never got EXP for those zombies that we killed.
oh
Oh, yeah.
right.
Or anything else.
Yeah, I didn't
Yep.
forget that. I just didn't want to break the flow for everyone.
Nope, you are perfectly correct. Let me get back
Anyone else
here.
still have their inspiration?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is she gonna ask about that?
I keep forgetting that I have it.
Well, we were mostly like in combat, and I didn't really need to use it yet.
And for some reason, I can't roll lower than like a 10 in combat.
You barely roll lower than a 20 in combat.
All right. So for the zombies, they're really low.
Yeah, I
But
challenge
Yeah.
anyone fourth.
yeah, the total was 450 between the 5 of you.
Split 5 ways.
Yeah.
So that's 70? No, not 70. That was wrong.
Let's just
That's-
make it an even 100 for each of you.
Cool.
And then if you want to go ahead and add another 100 for excellent role playing.
Yay. Oh boy, only 1,358 more to go.
We went off the rails to somewhere the DM wasn't expecting us to go.
Oh my
But
goodness.
that also means that it might be a bit of more of a challenge, and that might mean more XP.
Quick, start a fight!
Also keep in
All right.
mind. Never mind. Nope. All right. You guys have a wonderful 2 weeks. And unless something comes up, we'll see you in 2 weeks, okay?
All
Sounds
right.
good.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Have a
Have a
good
good
night.
day, everyone.
Real quick, so we
See you
should be
guys.
at 130